had a plan, oh grand and true, to bring back a custom just for you, a dowry's charm to rekindle the fire. In a world where romance might expire, he'd gather gold with wit and flair, pledging his heart beyond compare. For in the shimmer of that old dear gold lies a tale of love, both brave and bold. Bring back the dowries, let's make it clear, a token of love that's sincere, building bridges heart to heart, a timeless way to never part. He spoke of tales from times long past, when gestures grand made love last. With every coin and jewel so bright, he'd prove his love in the soft moonlight. His dream was simple yet profound, to bring old traditions back around.
Yo, what up, guys? Hope everyone's doing okay. Dan the man's in here, heck yeah. And the rest of the folks too. Hopefully I'm coming in clear. Don DeMarco, man, good to see you. Yo, I might get to listen to this one. Hey, Oikophobic, thanks for hanging out. And we wouldn't have a stream without Mr. Pitt, now known as Avalanche. We is live, mes amis. Hey Shah, I made an image for today's stream. Okay, yeah, we can use that for sure. It's great to see you guys, man. Say we just let the song play out and then we'll start having some fun. I've been having all kinds of fun, man. I've just been digging through the newspaper annals again. I've been looking at everything in the New York Times from 1800 to 1950. So I just got a bunch of random just things right here. It does not appear from Mr. Fullerton's figures that the proportion of unmarried women has notably increased. The point he brings out very clearly is that the social position of the unmarried woman, with the attitude of general opinion toward her, has very markedly changed. It is not surprising. The French have a habitual respect for financial independence, however modest. Mr. Fullerton cites the definition of an old maid as one without a dowry. Okay. And the absence of a dowry was a source of the amiable but distinct disrespect felt toward the unmarried. Woo-wee! Some more fun there from the New York Times. This is great. The passing of an old maid. Wow. That looks like an interesting article. We're gonna have some fun with this today. That's sincere. Okay, guys, welcome in. Maybe I should play one more song, but we got 10 people in here, and isn't that all that really matters? Except Klaus isn't. Oh, Klaus is here. Okay, thank God. If Klaus wasn't gonna hear, the train was not gonna leave the station without Klaus. Shout out Klaus, man. Klaus has got eyes in Germany for us. He's our man on the ground in Germany. Geo Fasho's in here. Geo says, Shah, what are your thoughts on dudes that check completely out of dating and either pay for play or use sex dolls or robots? LMFAO. It's either total incel or complete player. You know what, man? I don't blame those guys. I mean, listen, the fact is that there is a cost at this point associated with the marriage, at least the way our culture does it. And the cost is very high, you know? So if they're going to look at guys and say, hey, there's a very high barrier of entry here, then, you know, can't really blame the guys for seeking other means. You know what I mean? At that point, it's like, well, Why aren't you married? Well, the cost is very high, so I'm doing this. I would also like access to keep me going, so I have decided to do this, so that's none of your business. I would never look at those guys and shame them or anything like that. I think this Matt Walsh discussion might be pertinent to that question because it's really all about, you know, it was interesting because I actually first heard it on the Pearl show. On Pearl's show, I was actually listening to her stream and she reacted to it. And I thought it was interesting because his demeanor towards the whole issue seemed to be a little less incendiary than it has been before, though he still urged men to get married. And it's like, okay, you can shame guys for not doing it, but a guy might tell you, I would like to, but the price is very high right now, and I'm working my way to being in a position to do that till that time. As such, that I am in that position, then this is what I'm doing. And if a guy checks out, like it's completely his choice, you know? And really what people are going to say is you're not masculine, but does it really matter? Like, does it really matter to you what people think of your masculinity? You know what I mean? Even if why should anybody else's opinion on your masculinity matter? Like, unless it really comes from like a mentor figure that you have respect for, you know? Like maybe if it comes from your father or somebody that was really a positive influence or a mentor in your life, those people's opinions would matter, but the rest of, you know, society, especially if society is degraded, does it really matter? Let's make that a poll. Does the rest of society's opinion on your masculinity really matter? And really, like, even when it comes to other men that aren't like involved in your life in some way, you know, because other men like Matt Walsh, for instance, or even people in the quote unquote manosphere space will come in here and be like, they're not men or they're this and they're that. And it's just like, well, how much does it really matter what they think of you if you're doing what, you know, you're going to do with your life? So I don't know. That's a fun question. Thanks, Geo for show for asking that, man. That's a fun one. You know, the sex dolls and the robots part, you know, of course that part is a bit like questionable, but like when you think of like the JUCO or something like that, like if someone's going to go to the JUCO and do all that kind of stuff, then I don't blame them because they're just looking at the whole thing and they're like, is this worth it for me? And if it was worth it for me, and am I in a position to do this? So I think it's really up to the person themselves. No hymen, no diamond. Didn't work for our fallen brother. Yeah. I wanted to make another video on the Sarah Stock thing because I made a video when the original Ringgate happened. So I'm like, oh man, I really got to sit down. But it's like I have some other videos that I want to make. So it'll probably take me a couple weeks to do that. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow because I'm kind of using Sundays to make my YouTube videos now. But I think that one deserves a follow-up. There's just been so much going on, and sometimes when something like that happens, I don't want to make a video too soon because it's like so much stuff happens. I want to kind of get more of a fuller picture before I make a whole video for it. Not sure why I'm hip-hopping my messages. Don't worry, man. Rest in peace, Mr. Setka. You know, man, when it comes to him, it sounds like they didn't have children in the relationship, so it's still gonna suck because if I have it right, that was maybe the first woman he was ever with, so he's probably, you know, got his heart ripped out and all that stuff. But it really, we don't know what's going to happen with that. They may still be together. He may continue to be with her. He might be like, you know, baby, I love you. And no matter what anybody says, you know, you and I are going to stay together. So we'll see. Let's go. Hey, Oikophobic. Klaus, shout out. Yeah, no one's talking about Mr. Setka. As always, the man in divorce sort of gets forgotten. Yeah, I mean, the stars of the show here are his wife, I guess you could say, and then the CEO guy that she was with. Man, I kind of wish I would have had some of the pictures brought up to show for this, but That one is just so crazy. It's just such a wild story. Marriage is a scam for men. So is dating. Negative ROI. Like, yeah, listen, if a guy has that opinion, I can't even get mad at you. You know what I mean? So, especially over here in the US, it's like objectively true. You definitely have to check out the image I made in Discord. All right, let's pull that up right now. Why keep that waiting? Let me just look at this real quick. Yeah, here you go. This is from Dan the Man. He says, how the Sarah Stock incident could have been avoided. Do you have a dowry? I have no dowry. If anything, I have a negative dowry.
I have no dowry. If anything, I have a negative dowry.
Gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah. That story is crazy, man. It just kept getting worse and worse. It just kept getting worse and worse. So we're going to have fun talking about that tonight. What's the upside? Nothing. Well, that question is going to be asked in the Matt Walsh discussion here. So we will have a chance to discuss that. I'm going to end the poll real quick. Out of 8 votes, 87% say no, 13% say yes. I'd be interested in some of the folks' rationale for voting yes. Does the rest of society's opinion on your masculinity really matter? So, okay, yeah, most people say no. I don't know, yeah, if you find something that's working for you, and if someone else is going to come out there and try to shame you, but then do nothing else, in order to make the deal better for men, it's like, what does it even matter then? Especially with this dowry talk about to happen. Oh yeah, we're going to have fun with that. Only my opinions of masculinity matter. Society can go blank itself. Well, it's already doing that, actually. Yeah, it is. I mean, the whole save society thing is gynocentrism writ large. It's like fall on the sword for society. And men would be willing to do that, but typically it makes sense when there is a social contract for men that also makes sense. You know what I mean? So men didn't do that for no reason. There was incentive and, very real incentives to do that, my opinion. Other than, this kind of romanticism of this idea. Matt Walsh's opinions on masculinity never matter. Who is Mr. Setka? Sarah Stocks changed her last name on Twitter to say Setka to reflect her new husband's last name. So Mr. Setka would be her husband, whom got lied to about her virginal status. Or lack thereof, more so. It shouldn't matter, but regardless it does, because society affects the rest of us. Okay, yeah, that's it, I can see that. That's a fun idea for us to explore. Mr. Setska is a poor sod who married Sarah Stock, the main hoe of today's show. Do you think if guys were either totally incel or total player and nothing in between, that the dating marketplace would correct itself? If guys were total incel, would it correct itself? Well, I guess it depends if the incels fund the simp economy or not. If you mean like, I think if incels continue to, I don't know, serve a utility value for some of these people, then probably not. More so. But I don't know if it would correct itself. And like, if you have just total players and incels, to be honest, I feel like that's almost what we're going towards in some ways, or what we might even have in a lot of ways. I could be wrong about that. I'd like to think there's plenty of normal folks. I don't think it would correct itself. Ideally, though, I guess that's a tough question for me. I guess, like, ideally, if it's just total chads and the women keep getting played by the chads, then they might reorient themselves to try to, find some incel guy or something like that. But the truth is they probably don't want that guy either. So I don't think it would correct itself. I think it would just kind of be like an airplane flying straight down into the ground. It would just be like, so if by correct itself you mean destroy itself, then Yeah, if you mean like how a forest fire happens and completely takes out the forest, and then that's part of the life cycle of the forest to renew itself, then maybe, maybe in that way. Sarah Stock sold purity and lied. What a surprise. Yeah. You know what? Let me ask a question. Who is the least worst of the two? I'm going to say Nala. Okay, so Sarah Stock or Nala. Or you know what? I'm going to say who is a better option. The hell with it. Forget least worst. Who is if you had to choose one, who is the better option of the two? Oh my God. That's sort of the current market. Inseller player. Yeah. Yeah, it certainly seems that way. Certainly seems that way. Until everybody hits a point and then they all start to cosplay something else. She didn't lie, bro. She was born again, so it still counts. Ask 80% of women and 50% of men. They agree. You know, I think Michael Knowles, I don't know why I'm bringing him up, but I just remember his discussion with Pearl, and Pearl asked about, you know, if a guy found out his wife cheated or something, and he was all about, like, saving the marriage. So, I mean, maybe using that rationale, he might be like, yeah, it's different because that happened after. But if I have it right, she was like cheating on him all the way up until a day before the engagement. That's why 60% of women are in a relationship, while only 30% of men in the same age group are in a relationship. Numbers suggest women sharing men. Yeah, so I don't know if it would correct itself to some kind of past ideal. If anything, it can be adapted, I guess. So, I don't know if it would. I don't think it would correct itself. Nala is an open book. Yeah, I mean, in one, it's like you're being lied to, and the other one, terrible choice. You want a nail in the head or a large staple? Honestly, the large staple sounds like it's less worse than the nail. Nala is winning by 60%. So, okay, there's that. The thing about Nala is like you would have to put up with the sort of scandal of it all at the beginning. So at least it's all out in the open and it's all out in the beginning, and that's what it is. And at least you kind of knew what you were getting into. The problem with Sarah Stock is that this all comes as a complete blindside. Like, you had no idea. You know what I mean? You were just like, oh, my virgin wife. And I mean, not to get too graphic, guys, but could you imagine like the consummation night? Like, she was in there putting on an act for this guy. You know what I mean? Like, she was in there pretending. She was just like, damn, I better make this seem believable. You know what I mean? And she, who'd go, my God, like the fakening was just happening. Like, when you really think about it, she was in there really just playing a role. You know what I mean? My bro's girl is illegal from Latin America. She's demanding he marry her for citizenship, and she claims she's traditional. He asked her about her dowry. She dumped him on the spot. Hey, shout out to that guy. That man is a trailblazer right there. And honestly, you know what? He might even be pissed off about that, but I promise you, that man saved himself by asking about that. That man saved himself. And also, speaking of, you know what the problem is? She wanted traditional, but he was too traditional. Here, I got something. We're going to talk about what too traditional is. This is for your buddy right here. So we got Mexican girl wants to date this culture. Let's hear what she's got to say.
What's your name and where are you from? My name is Amairani. I'm from Mexico. Cancun.
From which countries do you generally date guys?
This is the funny part. I have never dated a Mexican man. Mexican men can be too traditional.
Mexican men can be too traditional sometimes. So, it's like you want traditional, but you can't be too traditional. It's like, I want you to be traditional the way I want you to be traditional, which isn't traditional at all. You know what I mean? I just want it when it's me not having to do something or me benefiting from it. Okay.
Sometimes, for example, if you dressed up too sexy, it might not vibe with him. We are very passionate. If I am passionate and he is passionate, it can be really passionate. It's been mostly Americans and Canadians. I think I like when Canadians and Americans are generous in that way. They take care of you.
So when they're generous in that way, okay, so that's the, you know, like what is this? So it's like, okay, is the Mexican guy that's too traditional not taking care of her? Like, what the hell is going on with this? Like, what is she talking about?
Europeans, I think it's more of a 50-50. Too much of a 50-50 relationship, then it doesn't really make me feel taken care of.
So too much of 50-50 doesn't make her feel taken care of. But, so she wants to be taken care of, but she also wants to be able to dress sexy and advertise herself around other men and keep her options open. And if she can't do that, then it's too traditional. So where are we even at here?
If we just go back to the caveman days, it's just like a primitive idea that he can be there for me and protect me.
What's your name and where?
Primitive caveman days. Well, I mean, okay, then that's where we're going. I promise you, the caveman days are coming back. There's incels here and there's total chads over here, and the whole plane is just flying down right now. So don't worry, caveman days are coming back. Let's see what the comments say on this. She literally said she wants a traditional man if it suits her, but not if it creates any inconveniences for her. Yeah, let's go ahead and thumbs up that. She could have said she only likes sugar daddy. There you go. Yeah, she wants a sugar daddy. She knows Mexican man too well for someone who never dated one. That's an interesting point. She was asked about the culture, immediately went into a deep dive on money. This woman won't ever be loyal to anyone except herself. She makes sense to me. She doesn't want too traditional, but she doesn't want too modern. Okay, this is the bougie proletariat. Sounds like another lady. She wants a guy who is in the middle, just a regular one that isn't controlling, but also will be able to fix things around that. So this is the you know, the kind of woman needs this coming in around the house and pay for some dates. No, it's not pay for some dates. It's pay for everything. Like this sentence right here is doing a lot of heavy lifting for her. I'd say that is 90% of men, to be honest. Well, then maybe she should find one of these 90% of Mexican guys. When she mentions that Europeans are 50-50, she basically only means Western and Northern Europeans. Europe is way too culturally diverse. I'm white. My Mexican BF is very caring to me. He always there for me when I need him most. Shout out to the Mexican gentlemen out there. Good for y'all, man. So basically, she wants to be able to do what she wants without any backlash, and she wants a man to take care of her without having to be responsible for her own part. So anyways, yeah. By the way, Gio for show, I got another thing for you. So let me show you something about this person's profile right here. Okay, so we have this lady. Okay, where is this law student over here? So we have a law student who's in Mexico after deportation from Salt Lake City, Utah. Okay, so she got deported and she's a law student from the U.S. She also does OnlyFans, by the way. Yes, I looked at the rest of the profile. So now she's deported from the U.S. And what do we got here? Oh, this one's funny. It says, oh, my bad. Let me just restart it for y'all. It says examples of ways I've collected child support from Mexico. Okay. And then we also got POV, me calling the child support office from Mexico to intercept my MAGA deadbeat baby daddy's tax refund. Like, there's so many questions I have. Like, okay, so Gio for show, first of all, just to let you know, your buddy who was going out with this lady that said you need to marry me so I don't get deported. This is what his future was going to look like, okay? She was about to get deported or just dip out somewhere and just be calling the child support office on his ass. So thank God he asked her for a dowry and she had no answer. The other question I have is, so she's like, you know, from this side of the political spectrum or whatever the heck it happens to be. But then when she decides to get a baby daddy, it was a MAGA guy. Like, I don't get it. Are we supposed to feel sorry for you that he's a MAGA guy? Like, that's what you wanted. That's odd. So let's go and watch this one. Examples of ways I've collected child support from Mexico.
Call. Please listen to the following options and make your selection. For criminal court administration, press 1. Family Court Administration, press 2. For civil...
One moment, please.
Thank you for calling Family Court Administration. If you'd like to hear the...
Filed a writ of execution on all his assets, seized his vehicle, electronics, and work tools, all of which were auctioned by a constable to pay his child support. Oh my God.
Following messages in Spanish. Press 9.
And keep in mind too, and I've told you guys this before, like, even if she's not in the US, since the US child support system is so dang efficient, they will collect on behalf of someone that's outside of the US, and they will use the American calculation to do it. So she's living in Mexico, guaranteed the child support is paying all her bills because the cost of living is going to be different over there. And, you know, she's just, so yeah, she's just able to do that to the MAGA baby daddy, apparently, which I guess was a good choice for her until she got deported. You know what I mean? And it's funny, too. Like, if these two probably would have got married, she would have just been all about it. She would have been like, yeah, I'm MAGA, too. You know, she would have just played the role until she decided not to play the role and then be like, you were a bigot the whole time. Oh, my gosh.
Please listen carefully.
Let's see this one right here.
My name is Jackie. How can I help you?
Calling to check the status of my child support case. I've been working with my caseworker. Sent in the final documentation that she requested last week. So I was just calling to confirm that it's...
And they will do it. They will send the money over to Mexico. They're going to send the American amount. Doesn't matter where she's at.
And work and...
Sure. Let me check on everything for you. So I have your name, Anna. Can I get the name of the other party on the case, the other parent?
Bryce Canham.
My God. Anyways, that's hilarious. So yeah, Gio for show, man. We out here and we got. So if your buddy's pissed, you know, if he's upset about what happened, and he's like, man, why did I ask her about her dowry? I shouldn't have did that. You know what I mean? But he saved his butt, man. So he's good. He's good. Let me just catch up on the chat. Let me end this poll real quick, and then we're gonna get into our Matt Walsh fun right here. In the poll, 75% of you guys said Nala. I would go with Nala too, man. I know it's a tough decision. There's only two, and I didn't put a third decision to say no, but it's like, what if you had to choose one? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. Like, getting blindsided, it just sounds so crazy here. I don't know. Nala might be worse. It's a tough decision. Guess she was a liar too, and she was a gold digger, not traditional. Unless she lets me use her money for a dowry. You'd be married together, so it would all be going to the same household. Nala is definitely open for business for everyone. But then again, Sarah lied, so actually she might be worse. Yeah, I see. This is a tough one, man. It's a real tough one. Well, at least Nala knows how to bang like a pro. This is all part of the equation, folks. This is all cost-benefit analysis right here. I closed the poll without answering. What are you doing to us, Shah? Oh, man. Oh, are you able to do that? Oh, my bad. I don't know. If I could reopen it for you, I would. Joker from BB had a commentary video on this BS. It was gold and based. Man, Matt, that might even be worth reacting to. I posted a link in the Discord earlier. Okay, yeah, thanks for that, Luke. Good to see you, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, man, Joker was on point. I haven't actually watched the Joker video in a while, so I really should check that out. She wanted traditional, but he was too traditional. Whatever the hell that means. It's like, you want to see traditional?
Your dowry, it's my right.
That's what Gio Fashow's buddy did to this woman. She's like, you got to marry me. It's your obligation to save me, even though I've been here, you know, and didn't do it the legal way. Now I need you to do this for me. And he was like, baby, we can do that. But, you know, as long as you got the dowry money, you can pay all this money to get snuck over the border. I mean, I'm sure you got some left over. They only want you to be traditional when it benefits them. There it is. A Canadian shout out to my people. I think I saw one from Gio for show here. Sorry for skipping some guys. Bro, this means passport bros are still at risk when marrying and having kids with a woman abroad. She can still divorce rape him and child support. Yes, I've mentioned this several times. The key is can the child support agency serve you within their jurisdiction? So if you're coming back to the U.S. and you have to you're doing your work, right? So you're like, okay, I'm gonna leave baby doll in the Philippines, and I'm gonna just come back over here. All she can call from the Philippines. They will email her a packet. She can fill it out, scan it, or just mail it back to them, even whatever. And they're just gonna serve you one day, and you're gonna be hecka surprised. You're gonna be like, what? And they will calculate it per the American calculator, and they're gonna send her the money, and then you're just gonna be extra screwed. You know what I'm saying? Then it's just gonna be like that. So yeah, man, I'm giving it out here, man. I'm telling you. Nala guarantees a fun time at least. Nala had such an annoying voice. Joker went on an almost 2-hour epic live stream. Wow, I'll have to go back and watch that. No, I didn't end the poll. I just removed the question from my screen. Oh, I see. Yeah, darn it. Well, if you want to share what your choice would have been, I can't help but anticipate the bait and switch Nala is going to pull on her husband. I can see her wearing a shirt that says married but available a few years in. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it could be equally bad. Redhead Nala greater than fake blonde stock. I think, okay, so she's, man, so we got all types of just lying about things over here. Luke says, I put the Joker video on the content sharing channel. It was almost 2 hours and Joker was on a golden roll. I have to watch that, man. That sounds really good. Thank you for that. It's weird how often I see Better Bachelor get crapped on. I guess he was supposed to do some kind of men's haven. That I'm not sure about. Okay, well, so now that we've got past the too traditional part, also, while you guys are here, by the way, Effective Purpose, the video is going to be going out this week. So we're going to be doing a collab post on that. So I think as long as you're subscribed to one of us, I think you'll see the video. So look out for that, man. It's incoming. It's incoming. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So just to get to this, I saw Pearl talking about this, and I just thought it was a really interesting discussion from Matt. You know, he went over a lot of things, and I think it'll be good discussion points for us. There was a part in the video that I thought was particularly salient, at least from Pearl's stream, where Matt Walsh basically talks about that, yes, 50% of divorces will fail, or excuse me, 50% of marriages will fail, and that you can choose better. There are red flags and things like that. And Pearl pointed out how when the whole ring picture happened, how she was the only one who called it out and everybody crapped on her. And Matt Walsh came to the defense of Sarah Stock. So it's like, if Matt Walsh couldn't tell, then, I mean, you know, who the heck really is supposed to be expected to be able to do that, at least when it comes to these kinds of chameleons, you know? So anyways, yeah, let's have some fun. Let's go and watch it. We might skip the opening and just get to him talking.
Today, the Matt Walsh Show, a sex scandal among conservative influencers perfectly illustrates why many young men are reluctant to get married and have children, but they still should, even in spite of the risks, and I'll make that argument today. Also, tragedy strikes the nation as the Washington Post lays off hundreds of useless journalists. Big face is the preferred term for this show this year would be to make an even more aggressive children, because if we're married for this show.
All right, we made it past it. All right, folks, let's enjoy. Shout out to the 17 people that are over here, and thank you for the 11 likes. If you haven't liked the video, man, just pick up your phone, hit that like button, or pick up that mouse and hit that like button. Thanks, everybody.
When the new year began, I decided that one of my goals for this show this year would be to make an even more aggressive defense of marriage and family life, and to encourage people to have a lot of children, because if we're going to save Western civilization, that is the only way to do it. Okay, well, you know, he's talking in defense of marriage, and he wants people to have a bunch of children. And again, it's all about saving Western civilization. So we're starting out with the macro version of gynocentrism here. You know, basically fall on the sword. Instead of a defense of marriage, what he needs to do is become more aggressive with getting laws changed or figuring it out to give a better deal to men, to incentivize men to want to come, you know, to the deal here. So please do that, Matt. And these are topics that, of course, we discuss fairly often in various contexts, and for good reason. Marriage is a sacrament. It's the foundation of the family, and the family is the foundation of human society. And my plan was, and still is, to take this message, which I've been preaching for as long as I've had a platform to preach it from, and advance it in an even more deliberate way. And we were going to talk.
Real quick, Michael says Western Civ is already dead. You know what, man? I think that's something that may possibly be true that people don't want to admit.
Talk about some of the potential pitfalls, as we often do, while focusing on the importance of finding a spouse and raising a family. And that was the plan starting this week. And then the Elijah Schaffer scandal surfaced, revealing that Schaffer, a conservative commentator who is married and has children, was apparently having an affair with Sarah Stock, who's a conservative commentator and who at the time was dating the man that she would eventually marry. This has been interesting timing because it's a story that perfectly illustrates the counter argument, the reason why so many young people are so reluctant to get married and have children in the first place. Now, as to the specifics of this scandal, I'll go into a few of the details in a moment, not because this is a drama channel, but because it's the kind of thing we must contend with if we want to make the case for marriage and family life.
I think, we can give Matt some credit for addressing it and wanting to talk about it. And this particular scandal is pretty bad because it's on the conservative side of the spectrum, and it's like pretty egregious. So, now, well, aside from all the reputational and destruction and emotional problems and all that, I would like to think that the guy involved in this can maybe qualify for an annulment, and get divorced that way. And hopefully it's not so bad, since I think their marriage, like, they didn't even make it a year, which is crazy. And the other thing to think about here is, like, people just want to see somebody that looks like Barbie act traditional. And, like, people will just love that and surround that and promote that and say it's the greatest thing ever, and then just get let down by that more often than not. And I think that includes Matt Walsh himself. Klaus says, what is there left to save? Oh boy, I couldn't care less for Western society as it is W. What is there left to save? I mean, that's a good question. I mean, is it saving some old thing, or is it having a new reiteration of it that maybe could be better than it is now at the very least? He does lay it on thick with the I get it stuff, but we'll still end with still get married. His argument later is that the world will end, meaning the human race. But that is not the case. The human race will continue, but the Western society will fall. Yeah, I think, definitely. The human race will continue. Western Civ is dead, and women killed it. The flannel white knight. It's tradcon damage control. Yes, that's a great way to describe it. And shout out to you, Tacticus. It's always great to see you. The poor guy should have a good case for a Catholic annulment, as it is quite clear Stock has serious mental impediments to entering a marriage. Yeah, that's one route. I think not being able to give consent is one way that they can argue that. And maybe also for him too, because he could have said, well, I entered into the marriage without knowing all the facts, and this was withheld, so I couldn't consent, maybe. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that. By the way, shout out to Cesar Quintana, our beloved Cesar Quintana, for providing us that short tonight about the too traditional.
Now, if I were to try to do a monologue right now on that topic, all the comments would be, well, what about this? You see this scandal over here? This is exactly why we don't want to get married. So let's just, let's lean into that, as much as I hate that phrase. I think that those of us on the pro-family side, oftentimes, it's true to say, haven't done a good enough job of acknowledging and accounting for the enormous risks and downside to marriage that young people are confronting at increasing rates.
See, I can appreciate him for saying that. I just wish he wouldn't have said young people. I wish he would have said that men are confronting. Like, let's listen to that again, and let's just replace young people with men.
Done a good enough job of acknowledging and accounting for the enormous risks and downside to marriage that young people are confronting at increasing rates.
Yes, that men are confronting. See, so that's what this is where we're seeing just a little bit of a, young people here just doesn't want to say, like, no, men specifically. Like, I want Matt to look at this and be like, yeah, I've looked at the deal and I understand how men specifically are taking a huge risk with this. But okay, he's still kind of giving it to us, like, I feel like this discussion is a little bit less than like his discussions from like a year and a half ago, to where he's just more ripping on, this side of things. So, he seems to be kind of getting there a little bit. Oh, okay, Matt finally sort of gets it, but you're right, Shah, not young people, but men. Yeah, exactly. That won't stop his divorce, rape, and slander. It's already started. Oh, shoot, super chat. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Thanks for the super chat, bro. The annulment could be stopped if he doesn't make it clear the lies would have stopped him from marrying her. She could successfully argue she changed. Yeah, you know what? Let's do a poll on that. Let's do a poll on if you think he will, like, not exactly the annulment or not. Do you think Mr. Setka, Sarah's husband, will leave? Will leave her? And when I say leave her, that could be divorce or annulment. So let's just say end the marriage. How about that? End the marriage. End the mariage. Okay. And we'll just leave it as a yes or no. Yeah, because, we don't even know if he'll pursue an annulment. But the reason I asked that is, I don't know. You just got to wonder, like, will the community around him advise him to end it, or to say, hey, this is a rough patch. You guys can get past this. You should make it work. You guys are married under the eyes of God. The Pope blessed your marriage. There's a picture of that out there. You should really step up. You should man up. You know what I'm saying? And rise to the challenge. And just go from it there. I don't know. Like, that could be what ends up happening, and they just end up not being online, and they actually are married to each other. So real possibility. Again, Labra, I'm just going to call you Lab. Thanks for that, man. I appreciate that. But you're right. Yeah. So now this is where an ecclesiastical court is going to come in, because they, in the Roman Catholic, or in the Catholic, not Roman, the Catholic Church, I do have I haven't looked at this paper for over a year, but there is an entire process of how the annulment works, and it can get escalated, if somebody disagrees with it, and then someone else is going to look at it. And there's a whole process they have in order to decide on if an annulment should be given or not. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Pope needs to excommunicate her. Oh my gosh. That would be, hey man, that's an option. That would set a precedent. Well, maybe a precedent's a wrong word, but for nowadays, be like, wow, she actually got excommunicated. Yeah, but she successfully changed the day of the marriage. She supposedly banged the other guy wait a minute. The day before the marriage or the day before they got engaged? If she banged the guy the day before the marriage, that's crazy. Because then it's not even just like, I don't know if it's that, man. I think it was before they got engaged. Like before the I-1 photo, they were banging before that. So I could be totally wrong about that. I don't know enough to answer that. So yeah. So anyways, yeah, let's get real quick. FX Trader. She did not hit on the Pope. That's good. Oh my gosh, man. All right, guys, I'll let y'all get to it. Let's go and just have some more fun here for the folks.
No matter how hard they try to find a compatible accounting for the enormous risks and downside to marriage that young people are confronting at increasing rates.
That men are confronting at increasing rates.
No matter how hard they try to find a compatible, moral Christian spouse. This is the catch-22. Our culture is decaying. In order to stop the decay, we need people to form stable and loving families, but it's harder to form stable and loving families while the culture is decaying.
Hey, you know what forms a stable and loving family?
Your dowry. It's my right.
That really helps with monogamy right there. That really helps people stay together. I tell you what, that helps keep society together just nice and cohesive.
Now, people in the red pill and so-called manosphere spaces have been making this point for a long time and have taken a lot of heat for it. I've had plenty of arguments.
Yes, you have definitely put some of the heat on there for your part.
With people on that side about this. Entire shows on Netflix have been written about how awful their opinions are and how they've created this manosphere that traffics in dangerous misogyny.
How awful their opinions are. Oh my gosh.
And so on. But, you know, the truth is, when the writer's room at Netflix is so enraged about your views that they start putting you in their shows, then it means that you're on to something.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, man, Matt, thanks for saying that. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, maybe he's coming around. Maybe I'm being too optimistic here, but yeah. Thanks, Matt. That's true. That's true.
Now, let's talk about this issue from the perspective of a young man. And to anyone who accuses me of only blaming the woman in this story, keep in mind that we talked about this yesterday, and I spent 20 minutes discussing why Schaefer was wrong to cheat on his wife and how married men should behave so that they don't commit those sins.
You know what I wonder? Like the guy she cheated with, which is the CEO guy, in one of the like phone calls or whatever where Sarah Stock was talking, she said the person asked her like, oh, well, because, you know, he was married. What did he say about that? Did you ask him about that? And she said that he basically said, oh, my wife knows that I do this. She's okay with me doing this. And like part of me wonders if that's true. Like maybe that really is the case, you know, and if, I don't know, if his wife left him, maybe it's because this stuff was going to go public or something. But I did hear his wife left him too. So, yeah, you know, what he was doing though is definitely, you know, scumbaggery.
So we've talked about that. Today we're going to flip it around and focus on the other side, because here's what the story demonstrates.
Focus on the other side. So Matt Walsh is going to start talking about this.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah. Okay, let's listen in.
It's not always enough to say that you should date a woman who goes to church, who says that she opposes abortion, who says that she's never slept with anyone outside of marriage, spends every day talking about conservative principles for a living, and who will, in her case, literally stand by your side in front of the Pope as he blesses both of you.
So, okay, so that's the cosplay right there, right? That what he just described as the cosplaying.
Now, a woman can do all those things and convince you that she means every word of what she's saying, that she'll be a fantastic mother to your children, and then you find out one day that, in fact, she was lying to you the whole time. She was actually having an affair with her boss behind your back. She was grinning as the Pope blessed your relationship while she was thinking about her other boyfriend.
You know, it's interesting. Like, he mentions this kind of grinning while the Pope was blessing the relationship, but back when the photo was first put on Twitter, it's like nobody said it was grinning. It's only because they hear this now that they're like, oh my God, look at her. You know, look at the way she was looking while the Pope was, you know what I mean? Like nobody spotted that before. I'm trying to bring up the photo here. They'll probably ask me to put the ad blocker off. You know what I mean? So now they look at this and they're just like, yeah, she was grinning. You can kind of see the haughtiness there. You can see how she's just kind of got this look to her. But when this was making the rounds and nobody knew about this story, they were just like, oh, what a cute photo. You know what I mean? So, but now Matt Walsh is going to be like, well, you know, she was grinning and all this kind of stuff. It looked kind of weird, huh? You know?
And here's the thing. If you don't learn the truth soon enough, then she could, not too far in the future, walk away with half of your assets, including your house, along with alimony for life.
You know, and this is what Coach calls the bait and switch. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams. The thing about it is I think Matt Walsh is presenting this in a way of there is a person that will have these values that will not change their values. So you're able to find this person and look for red flags. And so long as you find that person and they truly embody those values, you can count on them keeping those values in the past or in the future. When I look at someone like Coach Greg Adams, I think he's a little bit more open to the idea that they might actually embody these values, but then later on after the investment phase, they become a feminist, and then all of a sudden it's the bait and switch. So it's like, is it cosplay the whole time and they're planning this consciously the whole time? Or is this more just a manifestation of female nature by living in a certain environment? You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know. Like, can you actually spot that beforehand and be that sure about it? Or is it like she's going to actually change midway through? Real quick, let me just end this poll for you guys. I saw Dan the Man had a funny comment. Dang it, I can't find it. But Dan said the more he learns about Sarah Stock, the more he thinks that Nala is a better choice. That Nala is probably the better choice. So 57% of you guys think that Mr. Setska, Sarah's husband, will end the marriage. Okay, so we're almost about half and half there for 21 votes. Listen, man, yeah, I think there's a big chance he might not end the marriage, and he might choose to work on it. If he does that, man, the risk is that he's like, okay, I know about this now, let's move forward, and then something happens again. You know what I mean? She ends up, she's probably like, I'm going to be good, I'll never do this again. It was a huge mistake. He pressured me into it. We were both drinking. He kept giving me drinks, all this kind of stuff. And I never meant to do this. I never wanted to do this. Whatever, you know what I mean? And then, 10 years down the line, the snake is going to bite him again. You know what I mean? And he was like, dang, I got bit once. And I said it was cool. And then I got bit again. I don't. So that's the danger of doing that. Real quick on the poll before we get back to this, I just want to, is Matt Walsh correct that you can spot who will do this to you later? Who will, let's just say bait and switch. Who will bait and switch? The bait and switch. Who will bait and switch you later? I'll leave it as a simple yes or no. Shout out to the 32 people that are watching me. We got 15 likes. If some of you legends can hit the like button, that helps me. It's a very economical way of being able to help me and my channel. So please hit that like button. So yeah, okay, can you actually do that? So all right. Real quick, Lab says the thing about women, Sarah Stock, is that because she's been committed to lying and hiding, she's a higher risk of paternity fraud than Nala is. Yeah, I mean, maybe Nala wouldn't lie to you about that. Okay, let's go in.
This is not some fantastical hypothetical scenario. It's what apparently half of your assets, including your house, along with alimony for life. This is not some fantastical hypothetical scenario. It's what apparently happened to the man who was engaged to Sarah Stock, who briefly went by the name Sarah Setka. Sarah's a relative newcomer in the whole trad woman conservative influencer space, and she put out posts like this one when she got engaged.
I don't think her husband's going to have to pay a lifetime alimony, because I don't think they were married for more than like a year and a half, or maybe a year. Whenever the heck I released that last video about Ringgate, that was like around when they were getting married. So, at most, he'll probably pay like 6 months alimony. I mean, look, if he's going to rip the Band-Aid off, now is the time to rip the Band-Aid off. So
this is from August of 2025. She writes, I won.
Oh my God. Yeah, there you go. Look, and there's Charlie Kirk. Congrats. Marriage is amazing. I mean, everybody was congratulating and was about it and giving her the benefit of the doubt, you could say, right? Pearl was pretty much the only one that spotted something was a little off about this. Like something just seemed weird. And then, of course, everybody started going crazy on Pearl, including people like Matt Walsh. So yeah. And the date of this is August 4th, 2025. Wow. We're not even to August 4th, 2026. So, okay. So they weren't even married for a year. This whole thing blew open. Okay, never mind. I was giving them way too much credit.
Along with a picture of her engagement ring. And as you can see there, Charlie Kirk, who was actually an honest and wholesome person, responded, congrats, marriage is amazing. Lots of people responded that way. Makes sense to respond. Someone got engaged. It's a happy thing. You say congratulations. Then there's this post from Sarah Stock, which she wrote in November of 2024. Quote, the idea that women are waiting until marriage, who are waiting until marriage are doing it to manipulate men into marrying them so they can leave and take all their money is kind of schizo, in my opinion.
This is the gaslighting. They want to throw schizo in there. See, you're crazy. You're being irrational.
You probably have a 0.01% chance of that happening. Anyone who's going to be a forever bachelor and never procreate because they're not willing to take that risk, especially with a woman they love and trust, is NGMI, not going to make it. Waiting till marriage also has statistically better results for the marriage.
So you know what's crazy is that looks like, so this was November 3rd of 2024. They got, well, at least they got engaged in August or so. So she's putting that there, and then she's like willingly sleeping with a married man who has like 3 or 4 kids or something, if I remember correctly, while she's seeing this other guy that she's literally going to get married to, and then sleeping with this CEO, sleeping with a married man one day even before the actual engagement. Like one day before the photo of her putting her hand out like that, she slept with that guy, which is just kind of crazy. My God, that's kind of crazy. Dang it, I think I was going to look at one of your messages. I Love Bread Too said something. I think it's my first time seeing you in here. Where is I Love? Oh, I Love Bread Too says, generally you have to be married 10 plus years to get lifetime alimony. Yeah, that's about what it is. And in California technically doesn't have anything on the books that is lifetime alimony, but you can, in a very real sense, end up paying for the rest of your life. It's just that you can go to the court and complain about it. But yeah, after 10 years, it goes from being a short-term marriage to a long-term marriage. So I don't know if I've seen you in here. I love bread too, but I certainly love bread too. And I try to limit that, but shout out to you, man. Now, if it's bread like money, I don't think, you shouldn't love money, but anyways, I could convince a chick like Nala to let me paternity test the kids. Good luck not being gaslit by Sarah Stock. I really like how we're breaking this down. Like, we're really looking at this. Pre-exposed about you wanting to do paternity. Oh, yeah, you would get... Nala would probably be like, okay, yeah, that's fine with me. Let's get paternity tested. This is me just... I don't know what the hell she would say. Sarah Stock would be like, oh, my God. How could you allege that I've possibly slept with somebody else besides you? I was a virgin on our wedding night. I was a virgin. Blue Pill Gospel, there it is. Yo, Happy Bachelor, good to see you, man. Wait, I made it. Look at my handle, fellas. I'm proof it's possible. Man, shout out to you, Happy Bachelor. Great to see you. Klaus says, my point is you'll never know if your wife makes a new single friend who will do everything to make your wife single again. I've seen this so many times in good marriages. It's insane. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Matt Walsh is basically saying that, no, you just have to find the person that embodies these values. And that should lead to this equation where she doesn't do that. But it's like, is that, I don't know, like she could genuinely embody those values and then later on decide that she wants to change up her value system. And she could have passed a lie detector test at both points on the timeline, so to speak. You know what I mean? That's why I asked the question for the poll. Let me just end that poll real quick, and then we'll get back to Matt Walsh. Is Matt Walsh correct that you can spot who will bait and switch you later? 94% of you guys said no. Thank you. Yes. So we all agree on that. All right, let's move in.
I'm not going to make it. Waiting till marriage also has statistically better results for the marriage. And 6 months later, in April 2025, Stock announced that she had converted to Catholicism. Stock wrote, quote, I'm officially Catholic. And then she...
Okay, so this is April 20th of 2025. She announces that she is officially Catholic. Okay, so she embraced Catholicism about, what is that, 4 months since the engagement. So there was a very short period of time here. You know what's crazy? So if I have the timeline right, correct me if I'm wrong, but she was apparently sleeping with the guy for 6 months, the CEO guy, the Riff TV guy. So if her last time of sleeping with the guy was one night before the engagement, 2 months prior to this, she was sleeping with the guy. And then throughout the next 4 months, she was continued sleeping with a married man. So, just a crazy timeline here, folks. I mean, we don't got to beat it to death, but my God.
He wrote, Ave Christus Rex, meaning Hail Christ the King. And then here's her photo with her husband receiving the Pope's blessing.
Okay, yeah, there's the photo. Yeah, I saw somebody do a meme where it made the guy look like John Wick. He kind of does look like John Wick a little bit, like in the black suit. Like I got a John Wick 1/6 action figure here with the black suit. Hopefully not, though. Hopefully he doesn't go that direction and he ends things peacefully.
Now, I'm not prepared to say, as many have, that her conversion was a scam and she never meant anything she said. It was all a big ruse.
Listen, I don't even know if it was a scam or not. I mean, maybe she genuinely wanted to do these things, but you know, the good wolf and the evil wolf that laid inside her were fighting each other. And the other one kept winning, I guess.
I can't say. I can't see inside her soul. Only God can figure that out.
Okay, so if you can't say whether or not she's converting, if that's genuine or not, how the heck is a guy supposed to look at someone when they espouse a certain value system and know if that's genuine or not? Like, isn't that kind of similar? Am I making a false equivalency here? If Matt Walsh can't look, I don't know. It's just like, yeah, you're right. You can't look into her soul and know that. Just like, a future prospective husband is going to have some trouble doing that too. And it's like, to make matters worse, like, let's look at the picture of this gentleman. Like, if I have it right, I don't know. It would appear he was a virgin too, prior to this whole thing, right? So it's like, how is this guy, who probably really doesn't have that much experience with women, supposed to look into this woman's soul and know whether or not, she's about what she's saying, right? Like, I mean, at a certain point, there's a leap of faith. It is a risk, I kind of hear, I get it. Like, there are some giant red flags that you can probably see and spot, but the real sad part here is there just isn't legal protections where there should be for these kinds of situations. The adultery is not going to be punished. We live in the no fault world, right? And it's, even without the dowry system, at least the at fault system did something to make some of this make sense, but it ain't looking too good. It ain't looking too good. I Love Bread 2 says, regardless, the conversion acts like a good shield to cover up. Yeah, I mean, that's the cosplay aspect for sure. Stocks converting is as genuine as Bonnie Blue getting baptized. Right, if God only knows, how can you tell me? Yeah, bro, you can totally tell. Just pay attention. Good luck convincing most dudes their hot blonde waifu isn't a virgin when she tells him she is. Yeah, I mean, well, that's the other part of this too, man, is that, like, you got to think about what this guy's going through, man. Like, he's sitting here, he's looking at her, the romantic ethos, the craziest, like, chemical just addiction of it is hitting this guy, deep in the heart, in the brain. And you guys all know what it's like to be deeply in love with someone, and you guys know what it's like to be heartbroken. This guy probably never had a heartbreak in his life up until this point. And the heartbreak might be so bad that he's addicted to her. He's stuck with her. You know what I mean? It's like, is he going to have the strength to be like, we're not having sex, and, I got to think about this. We're not doing it tonight, or for the next however long it needs to be until we figure out what the hell's going on. I don't know. You know what I mean? So can he make a sound decision? Can he go in there and look at all these things Matt Walsh wants him to while he's in the throes of the romantic ideal here? I don't know. As a Christian, I don't want to downplay people when they say they converted. Yeah, I don't think it's I wouldn't feel good about questioning someone's conversion either. It does seem a bit, messed up. But when you start to notice a pattern, you can definitely make a good guess without being gaslit. I'd say anytime a woman's response to being engaged is "I won," that seems like a real obvious red flag to me. Yeah, I agree with you. Like, something was going on there. And if someone like Matt Walsh couldn't recognize that, then, I mean, who can? You know what I mean? Like, sure. Everybody, the fact is everybody's going to want to give the benefit of the doubt until something very provably bad happens. And I mean, if this never came out, like if Milo never released any of this, people would be like, how dare you offend my lady's honor? How dare you offend this good woman's honor right here?
Now, I'm not prepared to say, as many have, that her conversion was a scam and she never meant anything she said. It was all a big ruse.
This is the thing. I don't know if any of it is a scam. I don't know if it's a conscious decision of bait and switch. Some of it certainly can be. I could certainly see that for the buzzer beater marriages. But the point is like, it seems like there's this very real time in the marriage where women start to do a cost benefit analysis of if they want to stay there. The whole I'm not happy thing. And at that point, if there's nothing to keep them they could have been genuinely in love with the person that they married, even if, whatever it was, but that could then change. They could become not happy. They can meet someone else, and there's nothing else that is keeping them in the marriage. They have no real material investment in this marriage enterprise. There wasn't this.
Oh, dowry, it's my right.
They came in with this.
I have no dowry. If anything, I have a negative dowry.
So when all the chemicals of the romantic rush finally goes away, right? So much dating advice is, okay, the honeymoon period is over. Now comes the hard work of marriage. You know what I mean? If they have this option to pull the ripcord, and they can, get some benefits basically and have some financial incentive to leave and, get half the house, possibly the whole house with custody, amongst other things. And, they can get welfare for a time or whatever it happens to be until they figure something out. And, especially after 10 years, right? So that's when you're looking at lifetime alimony. And if the kids aren't toddlers that need their butts wiped anymore, it's just a little different now. You know what I mean? So then they start thinking about it. So it's like, were they planning to do that the whole time? No. I mean, but it's just like, probably not. I can't say, but nobody can. But maybe it's just when they start to think about it, they're like, you know what? I don't like the way he chews his food. And then that's that.
I can't say. I can't see inside her soul. Only God can figure that out.
Yes.
Perfectly possible for a person to profess a certain belief and hold that belief and yet act contrary to it.
Or not act contrary to it and act completely consistently with it for a while until they decide later on to act contrary to it. But he's talking about Sarah Stock. So to be fair with him, she was acting contrary to it while professing these beliefs.
And we all do that to some extent because we are all sinners. And yet it's also clear that Sarah was also putting together a carefully crafted image. Before she was engaged, she appeared on a podcast in which she claimed that she would abstain from sex until marriage, in contrast to some other women on the panel who openly admitted that they were extremely promiscuous. Watch.
You're also religious, correct?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
I do wonder the date of this podcast. I'd have to go find it, but I wonder if this is after the engagement, or possibly even after the marriage.
Until marriage?
Yep.
You're also religious, correct?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Are you waiting until marriage?
Yep.
Okay, so sounds like prior to marriage.
Have you always waited till marriage?
Yes.
You both are virgins, is that correct?
Yeah.
I feel like she had to think about it too. All right, here goes.
Yes.
Yes. Oh my God, the lie. The lie. Let's hear the lie again.
You both are virgins, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I want to hear that again.
You both are virgins, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. And then she's looking like over here. I don't know, so weird. She's looking to the left.
No shame, just...
Yeah.
Okay,
Right
cool.
as I said yes.
What's your body count?
It's 8.
4.
I can give like a roundabout.
Sure.
Like 120.
120, okay.
4. 8. 0. 0.
0.
Whoa.
Now she's a little bit more confident about it because she's like, all right, I committed to the lie already. Now I got to really
0.
come off convincing.
0.
0.
See, now she's like, I'm not going to hesitate. I got to just go for it.
Whoa.
That's
Okay.
a lot of virgins.
Jake?
Surrounded by purity here.
Yeah.
I feel it rubbing off on me.
2 of them said 8.
Now, the point of showing you this, all this stuff is not to gawk at the destruction of a marriage or to gossip about lurid details, of which there are plenty in this case. We could fill a whole show full of those details if we wanted to. We won't. Instead, I'll simply say that Milo Yiannopoulos has alleged with a substantial amount of evidence that Sarah was in fact sleeping with her boss, Elijah Schaefer, who runs a small conservative media company.
It was very substantial evidence. There were phone calls with Sarah Stock's voice pretty much admitting to what she was doing. So by substantial, I mean, you can pretty much say definite.
Company called Rift TV, up to the moment that she became engaged to another man named Will. So in other words, the allegation is that Sarah was cheating on her boyfriend and future fiance with her boss, who was a married man at the time with children. His wife is now divorcing him, apparently. And the allegation is backed by an audio recording, which Yiannopoulos obtained, though it's not clear how. No reason to play that here. There, you could listen to that if you want to online.
That's good he mentions the audio recording.
There are other allegations, even darker and more depraved, that have been made, and which I certainly can't substantiate. In response to all these allegations, Sarah didn't issue any kind of specific targeted denial. She didn't dispute the accuracy of the claims being made exactly.
She did. I did see that she made a tweet, and she was just like, I've been accused of a lot of things that aren't true. And then she says, like, I also did some things that I now regret. And then she, like, deactivated or deleted her whole Twitter after that. So I don't know. I can't remember if he's going to show that or not, but she definitely didn't say this is false. This is not true. I'm being accused. I didn't do any of this. This is all just besmirching, a good lady's name right here. There was none of that.
Instead, she posted the following message to her account on X. It says, quote, a lot of what has been said about me is completely untrue. That being said, there are mistakes, unwise decisions I've made that I deeply regret. I have sinned. I apologize to everyone who has been scandalized by.
There it is. Yeah. Okay. I apologize to everyone who has been scandalized by this. I don't want to nitpick about the apology, but that could almost come off as one of those like, well, I'm sorry that I made you feel that way. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, okay. Well, all right, fine.
Please pray. Logging off now.
Oh, real quick. Hey, Caesar Quintana. Yo, shout out Caesar. Thank you so much for that super chat, man. Appreciate that. See what Caesar's got to say. All we need is for Michael Knowles or Lila Rose to interview Sarah and everything will be all right. You know what? That could actually happen. That could actually happen. I mean, listen, if the husband decides to, she could potentially revive her brand with this, Her husband could come out and basically say, I'm choosing to forgive my wife. And we've been praying about this and all this kind of stuff. And we've been working with our church and all this kind of stuff. And we believe that our faith is bigger than this and can get us through something even like this. This is the power of the faith. And this is what holds us together. And it's bigger than these worldly things. And they could come out with this impassioned speech, that just inspires everybody. And then Lila Rose and Michael Knowles and whoever else is there, Trent Horn possibly hears this and they're like, oh my God, that was beautiful. It made me cry. Blue pill tears of crying. And then they can, interview her and put her on the circuit and talk about how, their faith brought them through such a challenging time and about how horrible that one guy is from that CEO, Elijah is, and how, she was pressured and how we really got to, fight against that. And then all of a sudden she's back and her whole thing is about, how you get past these things and the horrible degeneracy that we live in that just pressures women to do these horrible things. And, they can really come out with the sad violin on that one. So, we don't know. We don't know at this point. I do know that I saw that Elijah Schaefer, the CEO guy, said that he was going to come out on a podcast and explain his side. So the scandal is ongoing. I mean, we don't know what he's going to say. He seems to be taking a kind of victim-y route at this point as well. I mean, I don't know exactly. So we'll see. We'll see where that goes. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. So, okay. Yeah, Don DeMarco's asking the right. I apologize to my husband, question mark. Yeah, that was missing from there. I apologize to my husband. I apologize to the wife of the person I was sleeping with, whose family I destroyed, who had 4 children. And of course, he destroyed it too. It takes 2 to tango out here. I apologize for not, having a dowry.
I have no
and getting
dowry.
married. Just there's so many things,
Shortly afterwards, Sarah deleted her account entirely and deleted, I think, her other social media accounts as well. Now, if you follow this scandal on social media, you'll see that most people, as expected, are talking about it with a sick kind of glee and satisfaction. But
all right, come on, Matt. What do you expect, man? This was a crazy scandal. People are talking about it.
we should never find satisfaction in the sins of others, especially when there are real victims involved, spouses and children.
I don't know if it's satisfaction. It's more just, I think for people like Pearl, who kind of got crapped on when all this stuff started about the ring gate, she's just like, okay, so people owe me an apology. I don't think anybody's happy that such a heinous thing happened. Like, watching that happen to somebody, most people I think feel sorry for, her husband and also the wife of the CEO guy or whatever. But it does point out certain things, and it especially points out what these folks have been missing all these years. So I don't know if it's glee, but it's more just like, hey, we've been trying to tell you this the whole time.
So the point is not to gloat. I have no reason to anyway. I have nothing personally against anybody involved.
I don't know why he would be gloating. This is not your side of the fence here to be gloating, at least where you positioned yourself on this.
Involved in this scandal. The point is that this story is not the exception. It's not happening out of nowhere. There's nothing aberrant about it against anybody involved in this scandal. The point is that this story is not the exception. It's not happening out of nowhere. There's nothing aberrant about it. As we talked about yesterday, Elijah Schaffer's behavior is all too common among some men, and Sarah Stock is all too representative of how some women, though certainly not all, think and behave these days.
Yeah, you could even say it's a prevailing cultural narrative in
Types
some
of
ways.
women, they don't see men as potential husbands to whom they will devote themselves or for whom they will be a loyal and loving helpmate. They see men as tools they can use dishonestly for a specific purpose.
I can appreciate him saying that. Yeah, I mean, men are being used as a utility. In some ways, Matt Walsh's impassioned plea here to save the West, from who apparently, I guess itself, also, could be argued as seeing men as a utility.
I consider the fact that as of the most recent data, roughly 70% of divorces are initiated by women. That's according to research from the American Sociological Association, but plenty of other sources agree on that point. In fact, the number rises to between 80 and 90% when you only look at highly educated women.
You know what's interesting about that stat too? I always hear, so A Male Space recently did a discussion with Dr. Stephen Baskerville. Shout out to both of them. I really enjoyed watching that discussion. But Dr. Stephen Baskerville always points out how when the divorce involves children, it's 100% of the time women. I'm pretty sure he said 100% of the time. So yeah, in general, it's 70% initiated by women. If they're educated, it's 80% of the time. If the divorce involves children, it's 100% of the time, which is crazy to think about. I think that really says something. Why doesn't Matt attack the system as unfair to men? Yeah, that's the important thing here. It's like if he's really interested in saving all this stuff, instead it's just like, men, fall on the sword. But okay.
Here's a quote from the American Sociological Association, give you an idea of how
the American Sociological Association
framed the data. Quote, study author Michael Rosenfeld, an associate professor of sociology at Stanford University, found that women initiated 69% of all divorces compared to 31% of men. In contrast, there was not a statistically significant difference between the percentage of breakups initiated by unmarried women and men.
That's interesting right there. So it's mostly women that are initiating actual divorces. But when it comes to breakups, as far as relationship is, there's no difference between who breaks up. So at that point, I think there's a part to play, and the men are incentivized not to divorce, where the women have less of an incentive. about the divorce. But when it comes to breakups, since you're not, bound to each other, the man is not bound to the woman. Let's just describe it accurately here. The man and the woman are equally as likely to initiate a breakup, if there's something about the relationship they don't like. But with marriage, it's pretty much mostly women. And I would say that's because it's easier for them to walk away. But Shah, don't you want to live in a society that makes it easy for women to walk away from marriage? That's what you're going to be met with, from the feminist side. But it's like, no, marriage should be taken seriously. You should only be able to walk away from it if there is a good reason to do so. And At Fault gave us good reasons: abuse and cruelty, abandonment, couldn't consent at the beginning, adultery, was another one. There were legitimate reasons, in order to incentivize people to stay together. It's like marriage is not this willy-nilly thing, but they're going to make it seem like that. It's always about the safety of the people, but it's like At Fault had built into it abuse and cruelty. So yes, you could leave the marriage. You know what I mean? But they don't want to acknowledge that. I love Brett 2 says, when someone lies, she already hurt others. Revealing her isn't so much about gloating, but at least more people would keep getting hurt. Yeah, I mean, it's about awareness. The stat involving children makes sense when you consider the incentives offered by the state. Yeah, and I've heard Dr. Stephen Baskerville say that on more than one occasion. So I don't know why. I mean, I think that's a pretty good stat, but they don't ever really use that stat in these for some reason. I need to look up where that comes from, because I think that stat needs to be pushed a little bit more.
Significant difference between the percentage of breakups initiated by unmarried women and men. Women seem to have a predominant role in initiating divorces in the U.S. as far back as there is data from a variety of sources back to the 1940s, Rosenfeld said. I think that marriage as an institution has been a little bit slow to catch up with expectations for gender equality.
Yeah, and I mean, they might not like that word gender equality, but you have to make it a fair bargain. You have to have equal protections for both parties on this. And I think most people would look at me and say, well, there are equal protections for both parties. The law applies equally to men and women, and that's true, but it's also met with this cultural expectation that the man is supposed to be the providers and make, by and large, if not 100%, the majority of the financial and material contribution to setting up the household and running and maintaining the household, especially when it comes to these conservative circles. So they either need to fix it with this,
Your dowry, it's my right.
Or they really need to account for that in the legal system. So it's just super odd. And there is such a thing as an unequal marriage. And when I look at the dowry sources and stuff that I've been reading, when the romantic ethos started taking over and love matches started happening, and people were upset, especially parents were upset, because they didn't want their children in what they would call unequal marriages, meaning that a man is getting married to a woman that doesn't have an endowment that's commensurate with his wealth. They would call that an unequal marriage. You know what I mean? You have basically hypergamy, right? So they were not happy about that. That's what an equal marriage looks like, if you want some actual gender equality in here.
So that's how left-wing academics present the data. They blame marriage for being a little bit slow to catch up with expectations.
Yes, particularly the legal side of it. And you could even say, if you're actually changing to these new gender equality things, then the cultural aspects too. Now's my time to plug Eric Klopper. Sounds familiar, but I'm going to have to look into him. So if you want to share more about who he is and why you like him in the chat, then maybe that can educate me a bit.
They don't blame men for cheating on their spouses because, according to the data, that's not what's actually driving the high rates of divorces initiated by women. But they also know they can't blame women because every academic, without exception, is forced to embrace feminism as a religion. So they settle on blaming the institution of marriage itself, which...
Well, hey, I can appreciate Matt saying that, though I hope this doesn't end with him blaming men still. And yeah, I think CGA's probably reason that he gives for why women initiate divorce is probably the most accurate, which is the "I'm not happy" sound effect.
Ironically enough, is exactly the same conclusion that many anti-feminist red pillars come to, just by a different route. Same conclusion, blaming the institution of marriage itself is forced to embrace feminism as a religion. So they settle on blaming the institution of marriage itself, which ironically enough is exactly the same conclusion that many anti-feminist red pillars come to, just by a different route.
Now, here's the thing. I think he needs to clarify what he means by marriage institution. Maybe we should even look it up just for myself, but it's like, if he means like a religious ideal, or does he mean the actual legal institution that's enshrined in our law? You know, like the dowry was an institution that existed in the law as an institution. Let's look up the word institution. I don't want to criticize Matt Walsh here and then, you know, not know. See, well, it has different definitions. The first one is a society or organization founded for a religious, educational, social, or similar purpose, or an established law, practice, or custom. So in established law, marriage is enshrined in the law in a very real sense. So there is the institution of marriage, which exists in the law. But you can also, it sounds like, say it's a religious institution. But when red pillars are complaining about the institution of marriage, I think they actually are talking about the legal, the way that the law, deals with marriage, basically, and what the laws say about marriage and divorce and all these kinds of things.
And yet, if you ask women, they'll tell you exactly why they're getting divorced. If you take a look at the data,
thanks. I'm glad he included this, actually. Okay, where's Coach's I'm not happy? Physical neglect, emotional neglect, educational neglect. Okay, well, I mean, I don't see nothing about the men cheating here, so that's interesting.
Tells you is that the primary reasons that women give for divorcing their husbands include that they feel they aren't getting enough attention, their husband is holding back their career, that they, quote, grew apart.
Yeah, see, that's the I'm not happy thing there, right? And then, and so nowhere in this do I see anything about being cheated on or like actual like physical abuse. I guess there's physical neglect here. He didn't do my love language, which was touch. I want him to do all these kinds of different things. And I mean, who knows? Physical neglect. What I don't see is physical abuse as a primary reason for that. So whatever that is.
In other words, the woman got bored.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you know what, man? Shout out to him for saying that. This is what I mean. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He's probably gonna, still say, but regardless of all this, you still got to do it, all that. But it seems like he's coming around a little bit, right? Seems like he's coming around a little bit. Dan the Man says he posted an image in the Discord. Okay. Let's look at that. Let's see here. Thanks man. I love it when you guys make the AI. The red pill or the blue pill. Oh my God. Oh man. That's hilarious. I like how you made the hair red too. Oh my God. That's funny, man. Then there's the gold pill. Shout out to gold pill. I got to do a better job of putting that out there. That's funny, man. Thank you for that photo. Wow, Matt admits it's boredom. What's going on here? Exactly. So it's like, I mean, if he can admit that, it's like, you got to look on the other side of the aisle here, Matt, a little bit more in terms of like when it comes to a solution for this whole thing. Like, a woman can't just get bored and then destroy her entire family. I really don't think we as a society understand just how bad divorce is and how many things just get destroyed down the line. I don't even mean society as a whole. I mean like a family, just for one family. And when it comes to the future prospects of the children and the amount of property that was held by the family, and just what happens later on and how it just diminishes its capacity and maneuverability to really invest in their children and thereby, make better citizens for society. Like, it's really bad, actually. When you really think about all the stuff that happens there. It's really bad, and it really sucks. Hey, we got another super chat. Thank you, Lab. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate y'all for the super chats, man. That makes me feel all warm and tingly inside. And For some reason, I think about cigars whenever I get a super chat. The thing I love most about women's cited reasons for divorce is that they're not actually quantifiable or verifiable. Yeah, it's like I was emotionally neglected. I was physical neglect, emotional neglect, and I guess career neglect, I think was the other one. Some type of like educational neglect. Oh my God. Matt Walsh seems, I guess the educational one possibly can be quantifiable. Matt Walsh seems to have matured his stance on the marriage topic just a tad. I'm liking the progress. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm just trying to do. Like, I'm not trying to say this, he suddenly gets it all, but I think it's certainly a little bit better. Now, he could just be doing this to hit us on the back end once we turn around, and then he just, whap. But, I'd like to think it's a little bit better of an understanding. So, I'm pretty excited. I got Eric Klopper in contact with the Honey Badgers. I'll drop the video when it posts. Okay, I'll have to watch that, and then I can learn more about him. Physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, financial, psychobiometaphysical. Yeah, it's all those reasons.
And like Sarah Stock, apparently, they wanted to try something new. And they convinced themselves that there's nothing wrong with, giving another man a try. And there's nothing stopping these women from walking into a courtroom, telling the judge they're bored, and taking 50% of their husband's assets.
Listen, she could walk into the courtroom and said, "Hi, judge, I cheated on my husband the entire time, and I berated him and made him feel less than, and was horribly neglectful of his needs and his even emotional needs, and all I did was torture him," you can say, emotionally. And I'd like a divorce. And the judge is going to say, okay, well, welcome to the home of the one-day divorce program. Here's your divorce. Here's your, you do qualify for alimony. We ran the numbers because that's all we need is the numbers. All we care about is, if we can have one person not on welfare, even though ironically, if you were on welfare, it would be great to have that go through child support so that we can get more federal funding later on. But yeah, here you go. Here's your divorce judgment. What did you say about the adultery part and the emotional abuse? I didn't hear that part. We could talk about it later, and then that'll be that, So she can say a lot more in court if she wants.
Along with alimony. Even in conservative states, they can get away with that. They can seize your home. They can seize your retirement account.
I actually like that he mentioned it about it being in conservative states also. So I think this maybe, at least in some way, can put something on conservatives to, think about this problem a bit more.
They don't even have to lie about what they're doing. I mean, that's where the law is right now.
Yeah, that's your no-fault divorce.
Among other reasons, this is a major problem because marriage is directly tied to the continued existence of civilization. Plenty of data shows, as you might imagine, that marriage is directly linked to fertility rates.
Well, I mean, fertility rates and, even the level of there's obviously, marriage goes back a very long way, and marriage practices have changed with the progression of civilization as well. I think, and this is why we discussed the dowry and why the dowry is so fascinating to me, because it's like, okay, if Matt Walsh wants to try to get back to at-fault divorce and that's not going to happen, men have to be able to explain, if the laws aren't going to change, what possibly would give me an incentive to say yes to the deal, basically. You know what I mean? And if this is it,
Dowry, it's
like, hey, Matt, this might be something you want to try if the laws aren't going to change anytime soon.
Which seems pretty obvious. If we want to reverse population decline, then encouraging young people to get married is the way to do it. But
and the word he's saying here that I think is really important is encouraging young people to get married, including when men are young too. And the dowry system again help with that because it's helping to pair people who are still relatively young so they could take advantage of the fertility window for both men. For both men and women together. And help and encourage, the man to grow into this higher status male or whatever it happens to be. But if the guy's got to wait till he's 35 to qualify to be able to pay for everything, if it's the house, it's this and that, he does all this stuff, he becomes some type of, business owner or very specialized profession that makes a lot of money, and he's 35, and you're living in a no-fault divorce world, and, you can sit here and you can take this bad deal, or you can, hang out at the JUCO, I guess. It's going to be tough for him to want to be monogamous after all that. You know what I mean? So I don't know, especially seeing how things are going. They have to incentivize him to say, yes, I will be monogamous with you. I will pour all my resources into your children. They're always saying that to men. They're always like, well, I gave birth to your children. It's like, yes, and I'm paying for your children, lady. You know what I mean? It's both of your guys' children, obviously. But they have to incentivize that. Otherwise, why not have kids with multiple women, not be married to them, and put your resources there for that, FX Trader says, the idea of a dowry coming back is brilliant. Well, thank you. That makes me feel all warm and fuzzy. Appreciate that, FX Trader. He needs to get cheated on and divorced. That's the only way. Well, God help him. That would, obviously suck. But yeah, it could become a Steven Crowder type situation. Though I think I don't know if Steven Crowder got cheated on. I think he just got lefted. For a second, he was about the men's rights thing, but I think after a while, he's probably like, well, I don't know. I haven't heard much from him on that lately, honestly.
It could be a tough sell for young men as long as the law remains so archaic and so obviously rigged against them.
It's certainly a tough sell, and I'm glad he brought that word sell because it evokes images of a marketplace. Of which we would call a marriage marketplace. And you know what exists on marketplaces?
Your dowry. It's my right.
So why haven't any conservative states abolished no-fault divorce? Or at the very least, why haven't more states abolished the idea that women are entitled to 50% of their husband's assets, even if they've been cheating on him the entire time?
That is a dang good freaking question right there, Matt. Man, shout out to you for asking that question. That's a question we need to ask more. Thank you, Mr. Matt Walsh. Yo, shout out Nuclear Cadillo. Hey man, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. I was actually playing Secret of Mana earlier on my SNES Mini, which I have here very conveniently. And I was listening to your podcast earlier, Rule Zero, on Rolo's channel, and I saw you and Aaron Clary and Jack Napier was there, and some other folks, and it was an enjoyable listen, man. Shout out to y'all. I kind of want to play Secret of Mana right now, man. That's a really fun game. Wow, he's getting it. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was like, hey, I was pleasantly surprised. When I heard Pearl reacting to this, I was listening in, and I was like, hey, the thing about me is I'm comparing this to when I reacted to his video like a year and a half ago. Compared to now, he's just like, and yeah, username is right. It is tradcon damage control like that. You're right about that. But still, you know what I mean? The boys are back together. Oh, heck yeah, man. Yeah, it was fun. I think it was a little earlier in the day. I was probably listening around like 9 a.m. my time. Secret of Mana is bomb. And it's such a fun game. I realized that I like action RPGs. Like, I never realized I liked action RPGs that much. Secret of Mana is really fun. It's a Super Nintendo game, and then they have a Game Boy game called Sword of Mana. So, yeah, shout out to that video game for giving me so much enjoyment. Oh, whoops. And shout out to Don Tavius for helping me realize that.
You gotta stay gaming, bruh. Don't focus on no girls.
Thank you, Don Tavius. Okay, moving back in.
As far as I can tell, in the vast majority of states, whether they're community property states or not, a woman can cheat on her husband and still receive half his assets.
She absolutely can do that, yes.
There are exceptions, including Texas, but this is the norm, and that needs to change.
Thank you, Matt. Yes, that needs to change.
In most cases, women should get $0 if they initiate a divorce.
Exactly. That's really what it should be like. It's interesting. One thing I see come up over and over again with some of the sources I look at for the dowry system is typically if there was a divorce or an annulment, the wife's dowry is always her property, so it would go back to her. But if she had committed adultery, she would forfeit the dowry and it would stay with the family unit that she's destroying, basically. So especially if they had kids, the dowry would then stay there. So there was a huge incentive not to commit adultery, basically. So interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. And this was in the law in Italy until the 1970s. That's when they finally changed their family law to accommodate divorce after they had not had divorce in Italy from, well, you can say since it was Christian. In the Roman Empire, divorce was a thing, and same thing with ancient Greece. So when this is in a New York Times article that I read, by the way, from 1970, which I do have, but I don't want to pull it up right now. So when they decided to allow for divorce to be a thing, they had to look at the old dowry laws. And it was mentioned in this newspaper article about how it was kind of a bane for women, you know what I mean? And something they struggled with. And it mentioned this thing about the adultery. So that was interesting there. Man, I'm trying to play Final Fantasy Tactics now. I haven't played that game. Final Fantasy Tactics is super cool. One of my favorites. I got to try that game. I wonder what system that's on. So I actually did start playing Final Fantasy Rebirth on Steam. And what I've been doing is I've been recording myself playing it. Well, not me playing it, but just the screen. So when I do video essays, I can put footage in there sometimes. But the game is fun. It's also an action RPG. So yeah, fun stuff there.
Cases. They should get nothing. In fact, in many cases,
yeah, they should get nothing. Thank you, Matt. Man, that's exactly right.
In most cases, they should get nothing. In fact, in many cases, they should be fined for wasting the man's time. That's not a punitive solution. It's one we obviously need because the current system is pathological in how it destroys the lives of innocent young men. In fact, we should really be discussing criminal penalties for adultery.
I mean, you know, okay, I get it. It's not even just adultery, though, right? Because she can still leave you and there's no adultery committed, and it still wouldn't make sense for her to be able to take the assets of the marriage that way. If she wants to leave, fine, leave. If you're not happy there, but you don't get to take the assets of the marriage. If anything, you're leaving the household. And fine, leave, but you don't get to, you know, completely destroy it on the way out. Hey guys, let's all super chat $2 to this live. Oh man, I appreciate that. Mountain Man Tops. Shout out to the Mountain Man out there. Thanks, man. I appreciate you.
There'd be nothing unusual.
Thanks for contributing to my cigar fund. I mean, dowry fund. I'll try not to spend it on cigars, gentlemen.
Historically about dispensing prison time or fines or even corporal punishment for adulterers. I mean, what's unusual is having no such penalties in place at all. We are one of the few societies in history to not treat adultery as a criminal matter. And
it is really crazy when you think about it. That's an interesting point, you know, by Matt. It's like they talk about saving civilization and they want men to fall on the sword for this. But it's like when you look back at civilization and how it was built and how we got, like how the whole thing was wound up to get to this point of coherence, of collaboration, of accomplishment. You know what I mean? It's like there were these very real laws in place that did that. And then to completely take it away and watch it just slowly unraveling, you know, like a telomere or something as somebody gets older. It's just like, well, what the heck do you expect? So yeah, here we go. Yo, Nuclear, thank you so much for that super chat, man. I appreciate that. Super chat train. I just had some cigars tonight. Man, I haven't had a cigar in so freaking long. Does New Year's count as freaking long? It's literally February 7th. So it's been about a month and a week since I last had a cigar. Or wait, was it Thanksgiving or New Year's? Yeah, I can't even remember. I don't know. Maybe I didn't smoke a cigar. Yeah, it was Thanksgiving actually. Yeah, so I'm due for a cigar. Your dowry, Shah? You know, man, I'll tell you. Like, what I've pretty much been doing with my life is I've just been living quietly and just putting it away. I've just been putting stuff away, and I call it my dowry. I joke around about that, and I just say I'm adding to my dowry pot. I actually found that it's a lot easier for me to save by calling it a dowry now. Because anytime I think about spending some money from my savings, I'm just like, man, am I really going to take this from my dowry? And then it makes me have like this big respect for it. You know what I mean? And say, oh, no, I'm not going to waste this. This is the dowry. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of a joke for myself, but it actually is helping me on a very real utilitarian level. Thank you again, Nuke. I appreciate that. Once a month is normal for me. Yeah, once a month seems about right for smoking a cigar. I can jibe with that. Smoke something later, brother. Something legal. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Another $2. Yeah, that's shaping up to be a very fine cigar with all these super chats, man. We got to do a cigar live stream one of these days. I just have to figure out where I'd want to do that. I could conceivably do it in here, but, you know, cigar smoke will stick to the walls, but so be it. Lamau, I like that thinking. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about it. Like when I think it, I have so much reverence. I mean, I don't know if reverence is the right, but so much respect for this concept of the dowry that like I don't know. It's been helping me in this kind of way. So that's all I've been doing. And my plan is to just do that. And, you know, maybe I'll even swing a marriage out of that if I feel like it someday. And if not, then, well, I'll just have a giant pile of awesomeness. And, you know, maybe I don't know, go somewhere with that or just leave it in a high yield savings account, you know? So that'll be that. Yo, Orem, man, thank you guys. The super chat train. This is a train I like right here. I like where this train's going. That could buy a gumball, right? With 2026 inflation. You'd be lucky to get if you want the red gumball, it probably is going to cost you twice as much. Lady dowry. Exactly, man. Somebody has to defend the dowry. And, you know, it's just, if it wasn't, it's got to be me. Let me pull up that picture, actually. You know, I know it might not sound like the coolest topic and all that kind of stuff. I get it, but it's like somebody's got to do it. So, or at least look at the history and rub it in everybody's faces. Like the dowry has become look what they did, man. They threw her out in the rain. Somebody, if I was ever gonna be chivalrous about anything, it's for the dowry. So that's it. Thanks again, everybody, for the super chats, man. I appreciate that. That's very generous. I'll try to put that in the dowry pot and not use it for cigars. Or if anything, I'll just spend it on more YouTube stuff. So how about that? We need to start a fund for buying an island and a small yacht to go to and fro. You know, I don't know about that, man. That sounds a little. I like the adventure of going to an island, but I'm afraid that may look very suspicious, and I don't want to end up on a list. You know,
see no evidence that our approach is in any way superior.
Take it easy, oikophobic.
Or brings about better results at all. You know, it's tempting to think that reversing this entire system is impossible, but it's not. And
I like that optimism. It's not impossible to, yeah, man. Now, okay, listen, actually, I'm completely wrong. I just got excited. We can't reverse the system. We're not going back in time. But I think we can reverse it maybe from completely falling off a cliff. We can maybe put it back into a direction that's more balanced here and makes sense. Are we going to reverse it going back in time? Not that kind of reversal. I don't know if Matt Walsh even means that. But just to be clear, but yeah, we can at least change the, you know, get the pendulum swinging the other way as time, you know, marches forward.
More to the point, there's reason to believe that in general, conservative women, in general, are much less of a danger on this front. Take a look at this data from the U.S. General Social Survey, which was republished by the Substack Age of Infowars. It shows that the average number of children that are being born to left-wing families in the United States is declining significantly, and significantly more rapidly than the number of children who are being born to conservative families.
You know, I actually don't know if this is a good point for his argument. He's saying conservatives aren't as bad on this front. Now, okay, I get it. He's just talking about fertility, but if he's talking about marriage, which he said earlier, you know, is going to ideally lead to higher fertility, this doesn't mean that, you know, the woman isn't going to initiate divorce and all this. Well, I'd like to see, you know, maybe there is even some data that says that maybe conservative women would divorce less. That would probably have to be some heavily manipulated data to get it to say that. But okay, yeah, if they're having more kids is one thing, but then that still doesn't make it a safe bet for a man.
Left-wing birth rates are falling far faster than conservative birth rates. Conservatives are presumably involved in more stable and fulfilling marriages, the kind that aren't ended early due to an affair or...
See, I think that might be a little bit of a stretch. I would say, yeah, they're probably involved in more marriages and they're having kids, but whether or not the likelihood of them ending is more or less, I would at least just want to see some more stats on that or something. Not that the stats would even fully, I mean, I don't, you know, I think the red pillars sometimes will say it's not that, it's not about, you know, it's the fact that she can. And that really is the issue with me. It's like, gosh, get this figured out, you know. But I get it, man. When I used to work at child support, I used to call it walking through the fire. And it's like, well, you know, if you want this, then everybody does kind of got to walk through the fire, especially as a man. And you might get burnt, you know, but, you know, if you can go in there acknowledging all the risks, then maybe it's worth it. And that's probably what he's getting at. It's like, well, if we acknowledge the risk and you're informed about it and you still want to do it, then fine. But I think for him, he's still pushing it to, well, you should be doing it anyways.
Or a deceptive spouse or anything like that. So when you hear about falling birth rates and the collapse of civilization, you should know that the people who want to destroy civilization are going to destroy themselves first.
You know, the other aspect of this is if it's really destroying civilization or not. There could conceivably be less people, and the people that are left are just more well-ordered and coherent than the other ones. And they actually have a stronger civilization. I don't know. Would you rather have 300 Spartans or 10,000, you know, Persians or whatever the heck on the other side, and they're less organized or something like that? What actually creates a stronger civilization? And then the X factor here really is technology in this. And, you know, kind of makes me think about all this transhumanist stuff. And Raymond Thoughts and Mine, who I love his channel and him, talks about that. But it's like when you think about AI and technology and the Elon bots and all that stuff, it's like, well, I don't know. We might actually have a very strong civilization with less humans. It's possible. Oh, Dan the Man has more images in the Discord. Let's check that out. See what Dan the Man's got for us here real quick. Yes, exactly. Lady Dowry, the respectable one. Yeah, exactly. There's the pauper women that don't have dowries that are screeching and saying it's unfair. Man, AI is improving. I could tell by the images you guys are sharing that, like, the AI stuff is getting better, man. I don't even, you know, I hate to admit this, but I don't really use AI that much, but it's getting even better, man. Exactly. Look at these poppers over here. Why do we have to work and save something to contribute to marriage? That's the man's job. And then there's this lady over here that's like, I want to be a respectable person. You know, like, yeah, it does make sense. Thanks for the pictures, man. I love it when you guys share the AI images. Okay. Lab says, less humans and more robots is the route we're going in the West. Yeah. I mean, it seems like that for, you know, I don't know, man. It's just, you think about it, it's like militarily speaking, you know, could, with the technology we have, still be as efficient militarily with less bodies? I could definitely see for or against on that, but, you know, with drones and all the drone swarms and little tiny little bugs that can fly into somebody's ear and explode, probably. I don't know if that exists. And all these different lasers and things like they did in Venezuela, and people's noses were bleeding. They don't know why.
And while that's not necessarily an ideal state of affairs, it's, you know, better than the alternative. And when you zoom out even wider, there's some other interesting data in the latest statistics on birth rates. According to preliminary 2025 birth rate data compiled by the CDC, which looks at the mother's ethnicity, white non-Hispanic birth rates have actually increased over the past year and now account for more than 50% of all known births. Meanwhile, births from virtually every other race and ethnicity have declined sharply, which is a big change from recent years. And that includes Hispanic births, Asian births, Black births, Pacific Islander births. You know, the implication of this data is that foreigners aren't replacing the Native American population.
Native American, I know what he means, but my mind's eye brought up something else.
To nearly the extent that they were under the Biden administration.
I wonder if he did that on purpose. Like, man, shout out to my Native Americans out there. The Comanche. with their amazing bow skills and horse riding skills.
The border and deporting illegal aliens has had a direct effect. It's reversed the demographic change that Democrats have been trying to engineer.
It is kind of peculiar.
Imagine what these numbers would look like if conservative states decided to actually do something to encourage even more marriages.
It's kind of, this is an interesting way for him to go. I mean, imagine if conservatives did this. He's basically, you know, okay, he's going with the whole racial thing. I mean, does it need to be racial? You know what I mean? Like, are Latin people not, you know, Native Americans? Okay, all right, fine, Matt. Let's get past this.
That doesn't mean providing more welfare or handouts. There's plenty of evidence that, you know, from the Nordic countries, which have a lower fertility rate than we do, that more welfare doesn't produce more children. And more welfare definitely isn't guaranteed to provide more stable family units, as the civil rights era demonstrated in this country.
You might even say it does the opposite. Like, you might even say it incentivizes people not to stick together. You know, welfare to me kind of almost calls back a time when humans like just lived in small bands and lived off of the fat of the herd that they followed, like when they lived as nomads, you know what I mean? And if that's what you're going to do and you don't own any property, then it's just like, does paternity really matter at that point? Does the family unit matter? It's like, well, you just live with the mass of people, basically. And if you move to like a welfare society, then it's like, well, if the government's paying for everything, like, does it matter? Like, you know, if people are less incentivized to stick into a nuclear family unit that operates with interests and survives in the system. It's like, well, I got 3 kids from 3 different baby daddies and they're all bringing in the check every month, you know. Native American. Yeah. What did I miss the point? Why did Matt bring up race? I don't know. I mean, I think he's basically trying to go with the immigration angle, and he's going with that there's a replacement theory. Like, they're trying to replace whites basically with immigration from the leftist side, and that the white birth rate has gone up. The interesting thing about the stat is I don't know if the babies that are being born are fully white. Could be that white women are giving birth to babies that are, I mean, white. I don't know. It's definitely something to get hung up on. I don't know if I'm that concerned about that here. The hell with it. Let's just keep moving.
What's needed is a rethinking of divorce law and the contracts that young men are being asked to enter into.
Exactly. Yes, that's exactly what we need. We need a rethinking of the marriage contract. And, you know, if he really wanted to go for gold here, not just that, but also the expectations around marriage, the cultural expectations, especially when it comes to the creation of the household. Listen, I'm not even against man being the provider. That's fine. But somehow they gaslit men into you have to provide everything from the beginning, including paying for the entire house. Where for most of monogamous human history, the woman's dowry was integral in setting up the household. Then the man's provisioning starts to come into play. Instead, they're like, hey, let's put this under the umbrella of provider. It's like, no, setting up the actual means of production, the household, was something that happened at the beginning of the marriage and was negotiated, and the dowry played a huge role in that. Sometimes the dowry even set up shop for the man. You know what I mean? And then he goes to work and does all this every day and provides for the family. Yeah, then you're providing. But if you got to do everything and set up everything and set up the household and set up that at the outset of the marriage, you have negotiated incorrectly. They need to put down into the house. Then fine, stay home and I'll pay for everything going forward from there. But if they're not going to do that, then they're missing something. Klaus says the race thing is weird as hell. I couldn't care less about the skin color as long as the person is contributing in a positive way to society. I'm okay with it. Well, yeah, I mean, listen, if they're an American citizen, then they're an American citizen. For me, it's that simple. That could be interesting. White women giving birth to mixed kids could influence the white birth rate in that data. But then I don't know what it has to do with Matt's point. Yeah, I mean, but hey, he did make a very good point right after, which is about rethinking the contract. Thank you. Yes, Matt, we agree. I'm with you, Matt, on that part.
And now with all that said, How could I, after acknowledging these serious pitfalls?
And listen, man, I'm going to tell you what he's trying to do is he's trying to make an argument and trying to say, listen, if you care about the white, stuff and keeping the white people going and all that, this should also interest you. If he really wanted to make an agreement for endogamous group cohesion, then, he could use the dowry for that. He can say, listen, you can marry in the out group. But if people have a inclined, desire to want their children to marry within an in group, which you can say ethnicity is one of them, then they can incentivize that by, saying, if you marry in the out group, you will not receive an inheritance or dowry. You're disowned functionally. And if you're a man and they say, man, this guy, man, he's making good money. He's getting all types of chicks out here, man. He's getting the Latinas, the this, the that, the whatever. But we want him to marry into this in group. We can say, hey, we're offering a dowry with this woman that's part of the in group. So you're incentivized to stick within your culture. You know what I mean? So that could create some type of cohesion for whatever situation he's trying to get going on here. I'm just saying, if that's what, if he wants to be more efficient about that, but, I'm not, whatever. Unfortunately, race is now a major rallying point on the right. It is what it is. I don't care about the skin color either. I'm more fond of a conservative black guy than I am a white liberal butthole. Shout out to you, man.
Still promote marriage and family life. What's the upside?
Hold on one second. Let's just go back.
After acknowledging these serious pitfalls,
okay,
still promote marriage and family life.
Sorry, I want to hear that.
And
again.
The contracts that young men are being asked to enter into. And now, with all that said, how could I, after acknowledging these serious pitfalls, still promote marriage and family life?
Okay, let's see what Matt Walsh has to say about it. Okay, so he's acknowledged the pitfalls. He's spoken to us. He said some things that jibe with us. Now that he has our attention, he's kind of seduced us a little bit and kind of got our ears hearing with these sweet words. So we're now a little bit more open to his advances, to use that terminology. And now that he has our legs spread open, our mental legs are kind of spread open. Let's see what he's going to go ahead and try to put in there. They don't even follow their own culture, the dowry culture, which it verifiably was for hundreds of years, even though a good 1,700 or so, at least 15.
What's the upside?
Okay, give me the upside.
Through all the downsides, pretty grim. How could it possibly be worth it, given all of that?
Okay, here it goes.
That's the question, and it's a fair one. I saw a recent clip of Andrew Tate posing this exact conundrum, as he has many times. Here's just the latest example. Watch.
Okay.
How big of an idiot is a guy that doesn't get a prenup?
Okay, here's Andrew Tate, of course, who disavows the red pill and over again. And he's definitely not had good PR the couple of weeks. He kind of is the scarecrow, the boogeyman here. He holds a symbolic status when it comes to some of these viewpoints, but I would say he certainly doesn't represent most of the men's space, but on some things he does.
Of an idiot is a guy who gets married.
Oh, my girl is over there, my boy.
Yeah,
she's waiting on that.
Well, I'm sorry, but
so are you suggesting that marriage is out of the picture?
What do you gain?
I was still content. What do you gain? See, and that's an important question.
No dowry. It's my right.
We had that figured out about what you gain, by the way.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah. What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks
I
here.
still contend that there is a way to make Andrew Tate monogamous if the deal was good enough. And, that really is the issue, too. Like, you can say, if you're going to get a monogamous society back, even more so than the women in some ways, you have to wrangle this small group of men that are able to, pretty much plow through the women, you can say. And it's like, how do you wrangle the guy who is very highly selected for on the sexual marketplace to enter into a monogamous marriage on the marriage marketplace. And that's typically done with a dowry, because then it becomes rational for him to take a monogamous deal, because if he does, it will improve his status way further, you know, in other ways, not just for being sexually selected for. And that really is the complaint of most of the quote unquote high value men. It's like, and you see that with a lot of the men too, that are in the space and are, you can say, are arguably high value. Not many of them are married. I think some creators are, but not many of these quote unquote high value types are. And it's like, how would you do that? How do you wrangle them back into a monogamous position?
Non-emotional, like there's men who get married.
Now listen, there's other benefits of marriage too. In some way, I think one good thing about it is it adds stability to a person's life. And I'm not talking about like with the current laws. I just mean in general, monogamous marriage, especially in private property civilizations. In some ways, you know, I think it helps people kind of stay off the sort of fast lane living. You know what I mean? Like, okay, you're going to be with this chick tonight, that chick tomorrow, blah, 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 blah. You can live like that, and I get it, and you can be a smooth criminal, and you can be a really, really skilled matador. You know, you could have 5 just bulls with horns coming at you, and you could be so skilled with your little red blanket over here, and just be so impressive with that. But that is a very high-risk way to live, and the longer you're out there, it just takes one slip, you know, to land into a landmine and create some issues. And honestly, a lot of the, you know, there are examples in the space of people living like that, and then something, you know, like them stepping into some landmines, you know what I mean? And then suddenly it's like, crap, man. So I, you know, in some way, marriage kind of helps protect both of the people away from this kind of lifestyle. So it leads to a better long-term outcome and stability for both parties and for their children. And the resources are concentrated on those children instead of split up. There's just all these kinds of things, you know. I think there are certain benefits for that. I think, you know, marriage gives you a certain respectability in the world. I can admit that as a guy, you know, who's not married. I think so. I look at people who are married and I'm like, man, that's respectability right there, you know. So I do respect that a lot, you know, but okay. But yeah, I get what he's saying. I think especially from the legal aspect, there's no legal benefit. That's for sure.
And they go, it's important because I love her. If you want to make emotional decisions, if you want to enter the world of emotional decisions with women, if you want to...
Yeah, and especially because marriage now is based off the romantic ethos. And I think when people like... The part that I find is unfortunate is I don't think the dowry system is this loveless way of living. You know, there still is a negotiation. There still is a group of people you choose from that qualify. At least, you know, during the dowry era, there is such a thing as attraction and getting on. It just doesn't take front and center stage. You know, it's tempered by these other considerations, basically, that help to really bond you guys in a way that that's strong. So there is a different kind of love, but it's not the crack addict type of love. It's not the, oh my God, I'm so in love with this person that I can't think straight. I'm intoxicated by the romance of it all. It's not the romantic novel type of love. You know what I mean? Which is like it's like a drug addict type of love. That's what they are encouraging. And when he talks about being emotional, I think, you know, that's a lot of it.
Roll in the mud with a pig and lose, then that's fine. Yeah. But as a man, it's your job to be logical. And I'm sitting here saying, I'm not anti-marriage. Just show me what I get. Yeah. You're asking me to agree to give away half my stuff if I argue with anyone at any point in the future forever. Right. You agree. I'm sitting here. I'm going to pay a whole bunch of money so her uncle can eat a lobster dinner. And I'm going to be publicly humiliated all over the internet when her ex-boyfriend, who's silly, laughs that I'm walking her down the aisle in a white dress.
The dowry is one thing that a woman can bring to a marriage and say, I gave this to my husband and I didn't give it to anybody else. You know what I mean? Like what it could have been for a high status, what it used to be for a high status man. I'm not even talking about normal people here as far as the whole civilization goes. It's just like, hey, all of these different, the entire province of Aquitaine, this is quite literally Eleanor of Aquitaine's dowry, who ironically enough sort of kickstarted the whole romantic chivalry thing with their father. Or it might have been her grandfather, William of Aquitaine. I believe it was her father. I'll have to double check that. Her entire dowry was an entire province of France, which was very economically profitable. And all the year's incomes that come from that went to her husband, which was first the king of France. And then after she had 2 daughters, I believe, with him, she got divorced and then married a second king, the king of England. And then all the incomes from Aquitaine went to that king. That king could have been like, screw you, lady. I don't need this woman. You know what I mean? But it made so much sense for him to be monogamous with her. And that was a monkey on France's back for a long time. We were reading part of that book the other day, which is on my anime shelf over there. About, what was that? King Henry II, I believe, and Catherine of Braganza, and how he was broke prior to that. The kingdom was broke. And then her dowry kept the thing going and then made it fantastically rich. So there's a deal to be made. Shah, would you get an arranged marriage? I mean, hey man, I would be open to negotiation. How about that? I would be open to negotiation. So yeah, I will listen. W anime shelf. Exactly, the anime shelf. Man, for some reason my Matt Walsh must not know how to game the judge. For some reason, my little chat bot here keeps dying, and I have to keep reviving it to be able to see your comments. Let me just do that again. I hate it when that happens. Okay. Let's see. It's popping up. Arranged marriage, but she has to be a baddie. At least somewhat attractive. Listen, I mean, I always appreciate CGA for saying, 8s, 9s, and 10s, or at least 9s and 10s are community property. I think that is good advice. I think Setka, Sarah Stock, she looks like a Barbie. You know what I mean? We get it. But that was definitely some community property action going on. But it's like, listen, some of that can be negotiated. Beauty is something that enters into the negotiation and I think plays a role to some extent. And you can be so high status that beauty doesn't have as big of an effect on you because you can get multiple beautiful women. So taking one beautiful woman is still a step down for a guy like this, which is why a beautiful woman's not enough. She still needs to come with something. But yeah, I hear you on that. Definitely enters into the equation. W anime shelf. Shah, we can get government to fund dowry loans so all marriages can succeed. There's actually a lot of historical precedent about things like dowry insurance. So people would take out premiums for that. I believe they're called premiums, but by the time they got married, they would pay out a certain amount. There's a lot of newspaper articles about that, actually. And then there's actually some newspaper articles about state-funded dowries. Prior to World War II, Germany actually had a state-funded dowry program, which was necessary for them to increase the population, so to speak. I don't know if I need to bring that up right now. I can possibly find it. Where is that at? Here it is. See this? So this is an example of a state funded. So the state comes in and plays the role of daddy, giving dowries to incentivize marriage. This is from Shield's Daily Gazette, Thursday, 22nd February, 1934. This is before World War II broke out. Actually, I might be wrong. I might have my history wrong on that. I'm sorry. I can't remember the exact start date. I think it was prior to the U.S. entrance. A reduced dowry. The government inducement to young people in Germany to get married has apparently worked too successfully. What? Some 200,000 have up to now had their bliss financed at the expense of the state. and the end of the queue is not yet in sight. But the latecomers will wish that they had been a little more energetic. For Herr Hitler has discovered that his plan has turned out a little too expensive, and the dowry offered has now been cut down from 45 pounds to about 1/2. That may be considered a small amount to support romance on. So, that's an interesting example there of the state stepping in to encourage fertility by, having a state-funded dowry. And it's actually interesting, too, because what we have now is more of a welfare system that kind of just is, even when you think of like WIC code, women and infant and children or something like that. Or it could be welfare institutions code, but it's mostly for women and children. And the welfare that can otherwise be put into a state-funded dowry is just given to the women, who have primary custody of the kids, and it creates this kind of feedback loop cycle. That same money that's spent there can be used to incentivize people to get married. So it's an interesting thing, man. It's stuff that we actually see. So there's your fun history for the night. Hope you guys are enjoying. I'm telling you, man, that's a quality find right there. That's a quality find. All-Star says, I think 1934 J.D. Unwin wrote the book Sex and Culture. It's how empires fall. The program was set up to make up the losses of World War I, excuse me. Yeah, that makes sense. And I mean, they lost World War II, but I don't know if they knew World War II was coming, but as far as their army was concerned, it was probably a good idea to do. They probably figured it was coming. I don't care if she's conventionally attractive. I care if her face make my sons attractive or masculine. Watch out. I see mention of HH in that. Yeah, I know. That's kind of why, it's just an interesting thing there. So it's just one example of state government involvement in actually providing dowries. Other places for dowries would have been charities.
Okay, cool. Shit. So what do I get?
I got newspaper articles of a lot of people handing out dowries, man. We got the Pope handing out dowries. We got Hitler and, his government handing out dowries. Like it's actually quite interesting how this stuff all kind of worked. I just looked it up. Yeah, South Korea is giving money to couples like a dowry to fight the low birth rate. Yeah, I do wonder about that. I think at the end of the day, man, it's like if you limited welfare and you put that money more so into establishing a household, so people would be incentivized to get married. You can even have other benefits as they hit different goals and reach different milestones. And I think some ways people did it too is by like, if you had, one kid, you'd get this. If you have 2 kids, if you have 3 kids, so there'd be different benefit amounts there. So different countries have actually done stuff like that. It's quite interesting when you look back at it. So we need a World War III and then bring on the state-backed dowry to increase marriage and the fertility rates. Possibly.
And the answer is, well, you get a wife. I already have a wife. I already have her.
You get a couple of years of happiness, a risk of divorce, risk of losing your money, and maybe some kids.
Yeah, well, I got kids anyway.
Yeah. A lot of that stuff you can get outside of the legal contract.
So it's a fair logical question, but the premise.
Klaus says, no, the situation after World War I was financially that bad that almost nobody was able to marry. That was way before the situation escalated again. Got it. Thanks for clearing that up. You know what's interesting, man? I recently found an article from the New York Times that talks about France. And World War II had messed them up so bad that it also affected them because it affected the market because people were having a hard time meeting the dowry amount in order to initiate marriage. So they were having debates about it in France too. Gosh, I don't know if I could find that midstream. I can try. So Klaus, it's an interesting thing because I remember once in the Discord, you discussed how the world wars contributed to the change, move away from the dowry system because of the damage that had done. Dowries for French girls, large American dowries, European custom alien American, England. Dang it. I'm sorry. I got all these freaking saved articles. French. No. War may eliminate French money. Oh, I'm so glad I titled it something that made me recognize exactly what it was. Yeah, so this one is from the New York Times, 1916. Oh, I'm sorry, not World War II, World War I. Yeah, it's the same thing like Germany. So, oh my God, Klaus, this is actually good history right here. So Germany and France are both dealing with the issues that happened from World War I. So Germany decides to institute a state dowry. This is an article of coming from the French perspective, published in an American newspaper about how the French are dealing with it. Sorry, guys, we're going to take an aside from it. I'm not going to torture you guys with all of this. I'm really sorry. I want to torture you guys. I could sit here and I could read all this to you guys. I just know it doesn't make good TV. And I might make a separate video on this. War may eliminate French money marriage. So this is August 20th, 1916, New York Times. Custom of demanding a dowry with the bride and principles governing it caused discussion among prominent Frenchmen. So this is them kind of dealing with it. I'm just trying to find the part about where they're kind of discussing more so how the war affected it. Dang it, I just read all this a couple of days ago too. Let's see. Sorry, guys. Oh, here's an interesting paragraph. Not exactly it, but I found this pretty good. I'll read these two paragraphs. The problem, however, of immediate interest is that of today, intensified by the fact that marriageable girls are in the majority, while with every day that the war continues, the men available for marriage are growing fewer. In accordance with the laws of supply and demand, it would naturally be expected that men should show themselves more and more exacting when they consider entering the bonds of matrimony. The question is, will they be exacting in the way of demanding more virtues, qualities, and accomplishments in the girls, or will they simply insist on more dollars and cents? Monsieur Gohier tells of the mother of a young man who, in June 1914, expressed her willingness to have her son marry a girl with a moderate dowry, but who, as the son did not wed, has now withdrawn her consent in that regard. She says, "My son has the Cross of the Legion of Honor and the War Cross. He is now worth more." Such is the attitude of the older generation. It is important to know what influence that attitude will have on the marriage problem in this year and in the immediately succeeding years. By the way, I love that. And this explains something that, you know, in the background, women were also negotiating the marriage. And a lot of times the women, the mom would come in and be like, heck no, my son deserves way more of a bigger dowry. Shout out to mom. So women have their own mind when it comes to this too. An agitation was recently begun in France to abolish pensions by finding employment with remuneration equal to the pension for persons needing it. This is recognized as a movement in accord with the very latest theories regarding the improvement of social conditions by works of an ennobling kind. A similar purpose is set forth as the reason for a campaign which has been undertaken for the total abolition of the dowry. So this is in 1916, and we know that by 1965, they finally abolished the dowry in France. Another interesting thing about this too is we can see how Americans, so you got to understand, like, there were dowries being paid from the American side, but dowry wasn't as popular in America, except amongst like some demographics of people. But by and large, I would say chivalry had already taken over the American mind, even early on, and it's in the country's inception. So let's read a little bit about the American side. So this is in 1916. So this is being written in 1916. Dowries and stuff did happen in the 1800s, and in some places maybe even up to now. But by this time, the U.S. is already culturally pushed away from this. And that's where you have stories like The Quiet Man, where an Irish American goes back to Ireland and doesn't understand the dowry system. There are two main sides to the dowry case. There are two main sides to the dowry case and an infinity of dependent problems. On the one side is what is termed in Europe the American system. in the United States, young men take their wives without dowry. So they're like, what the hell? They assume the charge and burden of life in common. See that? In common. This is what the man and the woman taking on the burden of life. They count only on their own energy for the future of the family. Such, at least, is the way the arrangement seems to be. Such is the theory held in Europe of the marriage arrangements as they appear to exist in America. In reality, of course, even in America, there is no way of preventing young men from counting on future inheritances when they undertake matrimony. Okay, so some Americans are still like, well, how much are you going to get later on?
Your dowry, it's my right.
Even though she has no dowry when she marries, a girl of rich family in America is not married like a girl of poor family. But on the whole, conclude the French writers, there undoubtedly is an American system different from the European system. In the American system is displayed that manly dignity which proclaims the determination and the ability of the husband to support his wife and children. My masculinity, my chivalry. Many in Europe follow this American system. In the European system, there seems to be lacking that assertion of manly determination. Okay, so we're having some back and forth about, what makes a man over here. Yo, Orem, shout out to you, man. I'm off to bed. You guys have a good one. Heck yeah, man. Thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate you. Mr. Gohier, among non-civilized peoples, the husband buys his wife. And yes, in less advanced societies, we typically see bride price. Among ultra-civilized peoples, the wife buys her husband. I actually think this is some pretty good bars right here, man. I don't know why. Something about this sentence makes sense to me, and it shows this difference in the spectrum. In sound and healthy community, neither buys the other. The love alone is the motive power bringing about union. So yeah, we got romantic chivalry coming up. This is the love match. And Monsieur Gohier is a Frenchman who's basically writing to get rid of the dowry system. So he is not pro-dowry over here. I believe so. I got to double check on this whole thing. However, there are many problems which do not admit of the same solution when one considers them as affecting the ideal man and the man of actual life. Universal suffrage, that's your feminism. That's your women getting the right to vote. For example, and income tax are now questions outside the realm of controversy. Since all voters are well informed and all persons liable to taxation are scrupulously anxious to pay their taxes. Man, this guy would be rolling over in his grave if he knew what the average voter was like today. And I don't know many people that are like Ned Flanders about paying their taxes. So yeah, we live in a society where I would say people are probably not that well informed, except other than what they see on social media. And I just don't know if the zeal about taxes exactly exists, but it seems like it did back then. What would happen if the voters were ignorant or the taxpayers dishonest? Is that quite not literally what we live in right now? So here we are. In the same way, the custom of exacting a dowry is a shocking one, where all men are chivalrous and high-minded. Suppose, just for mere argument's sake, you see how dowry is in direct opposition to chivalry? I'm telling you, man, these newspapers are great. Suppose, just for mere argument's sake, that there still existed among men a certain trace of meanness and selfishness, and suddenly the condition of the woman without a dowry becomes a matter for compassion. The honeymoon does not last always. An hour arrives when the brutal husband shouts in violent tones, or the well-educated husband hints by gestures, allusions, and insinuations. Since I support you, you are my servant, my slave, my object. And other days, women put up with this. Now they do so no longer. For a woman to owe her support to a man whom she adores and who adores her is pure joy. But if the adoration has grown cool, which we know it does, right? I'm not happy. The honeymoon period is over. It is humiliation. It is humiliation. In the home, as in outside life, the question of money carries on its work of destruction and dissolution. The abyss is dug between the person who has money and the one who has not. Between the one who gives money and the one who receives it. And listen, in the US, we've had people marrying without dowries. And what happened? The women started complaining about not having their own money or this and that. The complaints, at least the outspoken ones, are about, not wanting to depend on the man and all this kind of stuff. Now, this very question of money and all the silent comparisons which it causes, all the bitter calculations and all the ignoble reproaches disappear only with the equalizing of possessions which each of the parties brings into the wedded life.
Your dowry, it's my right.
The custom of the dowry shocks our sensibilities, but the suppression of the dowry puts the woman in a position of inferiority. This is the unequal marriage in the conjugal association. How is this dilemma to be met? Is it not a matter for legislation? It is a matter for morals and ethics. It is proposed to abolish the dowry completely, but how are we going to induce all parents to abandon the custom of the dowry? Well, they figured that out, tell you that. And how are we going to induce the future brides to insist on being taken in marriage without a dowry? See, back then, when brides had more respect for themselves, they wouldn't be seen. Like, they'd be like, it's dishonorable to enter into a marriage with nothing. I don't want to enter into a marriage as a pauper. I am a wife. That means something. But then, romantic chivalry infantilizes a woman. And in the same way, like, it creates these childlike qualities. Peter Wright's discussed this before. Neoteny is what he calls it. If there is not, it's not what he calls it, it's what, the science calls it. If there is not unanimity, how are we going to reform the practice? When the prospective bridegrooms, greatly reduced in number on account of the war, shall in consequence have vastly increased in market value, my son is now worth more, may be taken as the typical phrase representing the views of one generation summarizing the ideals of an epoch and of a class, crudely exposing its secret thought in obscure sentiments. Such was the selfishness of the period before the war. Monsieur Gohier affirms that the war will have brought about a radical change in views on what may be considered as the financial side of matrimony. So yeah, fun stuff there. I know I could probably read that for a while, but we got to get back to our Matt Walsh interview. Dan says, I forgot to mention, I do like the dowry newspaper rating. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I do kind of want to put some more of that into the standalone videos. Just because I feel like more people will see it that way. I like that we're in here chilling. But I want to use that more as fish hooks. But yeah, we could definitely read some more in here too. You're not a real man if. Exactly. Chicks would love to buy husbands. There'd be a buttload of returns and exchanges though. All right, back in here with Matt.
Behind it is not fair. I've already acknowledged that those of us on the pro-marriage side can sometimes be too quick to discount the possibility that a young man gets married and winds up humiliated, betrayed, and broke because of it.
Thank you, Matt.
We sometimes talk about marriage as though the divorce rate were 0%.
Yes, thank you, Matt.
On the other side, though, people like Tate talk about marriage as though the divorce rate were 100%. As if no couple in history has ever managed to stay faithful and monogamous till death do they part.
To give Andrew Tate a bit of credit here, if you're in a high status position and you have a lot to lose, the temptation for the woman who comes in with nothing is going to be greater to walk away. So I would say, the man who brings in more money and makes more money, it's a little tougher for him to avoid gold diggers. I mean, just saying, he's definitely at risk for it, maybe even higher risk.
He treats the potential downsides of marriage as guaranteed and the upsides as if they don't exist at all, but they do. And in fact, on second thought, the question, what will I get out of it, or what do I get out of it, is not entirely fair.
No, I would say it's a fair question, and both parties would be asking themselves that. I understand there's a component of not being selfish there, but there needs to be incentives that draw both parties to it. Another ecclesiastical wife bites the dust. Exactly. Man, I hope Coach Greg Adams does a stream on the Sarah Stock situation. It's kind of right up his alley, given the whole discussion about the ecclesiastical marriage.
I can't say what you will get out of marriage because I can't look into your future. I can't control for every possible factor. I can't force you to choose the right spouse, nor can I force you.
See, he couched that in the language of forcing you to choose the right spouse, but he can't look into the future. He can't say what's going to happen, but at the same time, he still kind of seems to have this thing about you should be able to choose based off certain things and you or
your spouse to do
like,
all the...
I want to give it, like, I want to understand, like, yes, I get it. There are some things that would bode better, but you know, the whole Sarah Stock situation kind of blows a little bit of a lid on that, blows the lid off that a little bit to say, hey, it can still happen to these guys like that, even if they play the role like that. That's the scary thing. Divorce is like 60 to 70% though. The first 10 years takes out around 50%. Then, yeah, I know. Matt's going to say, well, yeah, but you know, those divorces might not be amongst religious people, or there are certain factors where if you choose for those, it's going to be less than the 50% row. You know, that's going to be his thing back.
Things in a marriage that are necessary to keep it, or can I force you or your spouse to do all the things in a marriage that are necessary to keep it stable and happy? Most of the time when a marriage falls apart, it can be that there's one clear bad guy who did something destructive and was you know, betrayed the marriage. That can happen. Usually when a marriage falls apart, it's because you've got two people and neither of them were doing the things necessary to keep it together.
And the honeymoon period's over, right? We just saw in our newspaper, Monsieur Gohier was telling us about the honeymoon period. And, you know, once that's over.
And so I can't control for that. But I can say what you can get out of marriage. And
no, Matt, it's from Dan the Man. No, Matt, we do understand. We see both good and bad of marriage. We just wait it out and realize that marriage right now is not worth the risk. Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's really what it is. Matt should answer a simple question. Would you get into an airplane that has only 40% chance to reach its destination? Exactly. Would you do a parachute jump with a 50% chance of, you know, I don't know. He could take the metaphor and be like, well, you know, if the person who packed it is a certified instructor, but still, if there's still a 40% chance of it not working, you know.
And what a great many men, billions throughout that. But I can say what you can get out of marriage, and what a great many men, billions throughout history, including myself, 15 years in with 6 kids, have gotten out of it.
Okay.
So what you can get is the love, fidelity, and lifelong companionship of a woman who you love and who is devoted to you and to whom you are devoted in return.
You know, it kind of reminds me of James Sexton a bit, because he has this thing where he says marriage can be this incredible thing, and for the people where it does work out, it's like winning the lottery, and it's fantastic. Like, the benefits are just amazing. But for a lot of people where it doesn't, the end result is just horrible. It's just horrible, you know.
You can get what billions of men have gotten are children you love and who love you, who carry on your legacy, your bloodline, and your family name. You can.
Okay, legacy, bloodline, family name. We've heard that before. By the way, ecclesiastical is a praxeology. Oh, that's interesting. CJ is going to rip tradcons once he talks about Sarah Stock. I know, I'm just sitting here like, I actually hope he does a stream on it. That stream is going to do numbers unless YouTube suppresses it. Yeah, part of me is like, maybe he doesn't want to do the stream on it, but I feel like it's kind of right up his alley. Matt Walsh is always going to be on the one behind club. Yeah, that's true. Thank you, Nuke. L Spin Zone, you can win the marriage lottery. Exactly.
And have a family that is stable, carry on your legacy, have gotten, are children you love and who love you, who carry on your legacy, your bloodline, and your family name. You can.
And I think all of that is beautiful. You know what I mean? I think that's important. He's talking about the devotion. I will say, I do believe you can do that outside of the actual legal marriage system. I'm not saying, he might not be saying sign the contract. He didn't specify, but you can, you know, you can have the children. You can be with someone long-term outside of the state contract. You know what I mean? And legacy and all this kind of stuff, whatever. You know what I was thinking about? You know, sometimes women will do this thing where if they're not happy with the guy or whatever, what they'll do is they'll try to give the children her last name. I used to see that a lot with child support. And I started thinking about it, and I was thinking, you know, I actually don't really care about that. Because first of all, if the child is a daughter, Well, her last name is supposed to change anyways. So, okay, there's that. And if the child is a son and she tries to give her last name to the son, I just know that on a long enough timeline, once this kid, reaches puberty and starts to grow into becoming a man, all I gotta do is look that son in his eyes one time, and as soon as he says he's 18, I'm gonna be like, he's gonna know it on the inside. I'm gonna know it, and I'm gonna be like, you're getting your name changed. Go ahead and take care of that, and then come back and talk to me, because he's gonna be looking for his father someday. He's gonna be sick of his mom's stuff. There's gonna be that inherent raw masculinity in him that's gonna be begging to understand about his heritage on his father's side. And then, the name will just get changed at that point. Or it's like he's just gonna not be taken seriously for having his mommy's last name. So it's like, it's just such a stupid, petty thing that women do, but it's like nothing to worry about. That's a aside. 6 kids and such long-term marriage. Imagine the child support and alimony. I don't wish that on my worst enemy. Yeah, listen, I get it. There's Matt Walsh can probably legitimately say like, hey, look, listen, if my wife left me tomorrow, I'm confident she won't. But if she did, whatever, I don't care. I'll pay the money. So be it. I love my kids. I have my 6 kids, and I get that. And he'd probably be happy to have the kids. Heck, I'd even probably be able to just be like, fine, I guess, whatever. I don't know. I do believe it is a good thing. The family is a beautiful thing. And and if that's really something you care about, then I get it. At a certain point, yeah, maybe it's worth, maybe fine. You know what I mean? As long as you really understand what it is. But you don't have to pay the alimony on that. You can just pay the child support if you don't get involved with the state contract and you're not in the common law state. So you don't have to lose your retirement is all I'm saying. So I just feel like you can have that stuff without having to like stare down directly at the barrel of a shotgun. The child support's going to suck. The custody stuff's going to suck. Her not wanting to have the kids have a last name or whatever is going to suck, but I'm not worried about that for the reasons I just stated. So, there's just a different way to look at it.
And have a family that is stable and whole, one that gives you a sure sense of purpose every single day of your life, a family you live with and share your life with and serve and lead and raise.
Yeah, I think it does give meaning, and I think a lot of people want that, including men, which should really tell you how bad society has made things to make men walk away from that.
Okay, so you can get love, meaning, purpose, and legacy.
Legacy.
That's
you can get love, you can get meaning, you can get purpose, you can get legacy all outside the state contract.
You can get. It's not an emotional argument because those are not emotions. Those are real things.
I guess he addressed the laws earlier, and I'm happy about that. I do wish that he would clarify if he means with the state contract or without.
Those are nothing less than the greatest things.
Ben Shapiro actually did this. Ben Shapiro had thrown out there, hey, maybe, just get a covenant marriage or like a religious marriage ecclesiastically. And don't get the state marriage. But I don't think Matt's really said that.
Life has to offer. So what can you get out of it? I don't know. The greatest things in life is what you can get.
Like you can get this with long-term cohabitation with somebody.
There's nothing greater, nothing that can bring you more joy or make your life more worth living.
And I agree. I do think family is a kind of wealth that is greater than a lot of other kinds of wealth.
So what you get or can get in a word is basically everything. But it should also be said that as men, our concern should not be only what we get. What do I get is a fair question. And if the answer were nothing, then you shouldn't do it.
Okay.
But it's a fair question. It should not be the only question. Tate says he has kids anyway, so he doesn't need marriage. But okay, well, what would his kids get out of him being married to their mother? Well, they would get a stable household with a father who's present every day, leading, guiding, and teaching them.
I mean, listen, I don't know what Andrew Tate's households look like. Given his ability, maybe it is probably very stable. I don't know, maybe not. But I don't think it necessarily precludes the kids not growing up in a stable household. At least it have everything. And his presence, this might even very well be a quality versus quantity kind of things as far as the father's presence, as far as the impact that he can have and the guidance he can provide for the child's life. I don't know.
Now, it's true that you can have kids without getting married. Plenty of people have done that. But all of the studies, all of the research, all of our experience as human beings show us that children are in a far better position with far better outcomes when their father is married to their mother and present in the home, providing.
Definitely present in the home. Every couple I know that had a long-term relationship for years, then got married, divorced within 1 or 2 years. God, that's interesting. Marriage makes women change and they get unhappy and leave. Well, it changes it changes the leverage in the situation. So yeah, prior to that, they still had to be on good behavior because they can get fired. You know what I mean? Then all of a sudden the power dynamic changes and you're the one who can get fired, except you don't get a severance package. You have to pay your boss some money. Basically.
Not just financial support, but a daily example of how to live. I mean, all of the evidence shows this. That's what your kids get.
I guess I'm going to be charitable of Matt Walsh here. If you're comparing to polygynous societies versus monogamous ones, I think you could say monogamous ones are more stable. So that would preclude 2 people in one household versus having several households where the husband goes through them.
Well, what do they get out of you sleeping with other women and refusing to be a stable presence in the home? What possible benefit does that bring to them?
That would be the provisioning aspect. Typically in polygynous societies, there isn't, it's bride price, it's not dowry. So that's one thing.
What do they get?
The thing about Andrew Tate, though, is I don't look at his children's mothers as wives. I look at his setup more as concubines. So essentially what he has is a harem of concubines that he has had children with. And he has essentially purchased them. You know what I mean? And maybe that's kind of a rudimentary language, but he certainly pays for everything for them. That's the deal. They get to live the soft life and, bear his babies. And they're concubines, essentially. That's different from wife proper.
If you want to live a meaningful life as a man, if you want to be a great man, you need to be motivated by more than just a quest for what you get. There has to also be a sense of obligation and duty. That's what's driven every great man in history. Tate talks a lot about escaping the matrix.
Obligation and duty is one thing. I think obligation and duty precludes a social contract, meaning in order to get this from society, Andrew Tate and Matt Walsh are asking the question, what do you get out of marriage? But there's also the greater question, the sort of macro, of what do you get from participating in society? And in order to have a coherent civilization, you have a social contract between the individual and the collective of the society. You know what I mean? You get protection with greater cooperation of more people. You can focus on some kind of niche activity and you can have more free time. If you're one man in the wilderness, there's no time to think because you're so focused on survival and, all this kind of thing. But if you live in a society, all that stuff is compartmentalized. Like, to be honest, it's kind of a miracle that after I work for, 8-9 hours a day, I have free time to be able to read books and think about stuff and be able to have my own ideas and opinions. And that is because I live in a civilization that has enough cooperation to push back the forces of nature so that I can sit here and be conscious and think about stuff. So that's one of the benefits, participating in society. And then, of course, I have an obligation to work and help contribute to that, to keep the society on its feet to some extent.
But the question, what do I get, all by itself will not lead you out of the matrix, but deeper into it. I mean, in many ways, what do I get? The single-minded quest for pleasure and personal gain is the matrix. That's what the matrix is. If you want out of it, you need to ask not just what you get, but also what are your duties? What are your obligations? What's your purpose?
purpose, I think, can lie a bit outside of obligation and duty, though I think obligation and duty is important. But at the same time, it's like, you know, individuals do kind of follow their own star with things that interest them, and the ability to be able to live a creative life in some ways, you know. Now we go from real man to great man. Same thing. Totally ignoring how many men died by trying to be a great man. Only a few succeed. And one has to ask himself, is the risk worth it? Yeah, it's the exact same equation from the marriage part to this social contract. And not everybody does that. Not everybody's going to go sign up, you know, for the military tomorrow or for some dangerous job. Some do. Some feel the calling on certain things. Others are forced to if there's a draft or something like that. So, you know, he's definitely kind of being a bit poetic. His line of discussion betrays a kind of blue pill romanticism around it. Like, this is a kind of romantic thinking in some ways, I think. Any, and I mean any, arrangement where only one person cares about their obligations and purpose is not going to be a healthy arrangement. Yeah, very true. In Sweden, 90% of the population by age 35 start their first union as cohabitants. That's interesting right there. I mean, I think you can, well, in the US, at least for marriage, you can say that's been pushed up towards around age 30. Just as I said earlier, is the risk worth it? Exactly. Username says okay, I read that one. Yep. All right.
What should you do? Now, if we zoom out even further, who else stands to gain from you getting married and having children?
Well, society as a whole. I mean, once you get married, you know what I mean? Like you are now in the program, so to speak. It's like, okay, now, you know, you want the house, you want to provide, you know, the kids' soccer lessons, this, that, like you're in that world, you know, so they can pretty much bet on you contributing to the economy, you know, in a way that is beneficial for society. And then, you know, also you're more incentivized to keep the system up because it's like you think about your kids, you think about their futures, and it's like, I want society to be even better than what it was for me in order to help my kids, you know, be in a better position. Now, you know, that kind of reminds me of the hard times lead to, I can't remember how the saying go. Strong men create good times or something, and then good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. It just came into my mind again.
Children with your wife, who you're married to. Well, I mean, everyone does. Civilization itself. You can't pretend to care about the future of Western civilization while making a choice and promoting a choice to not get married, not have children, that if everyone made it, would result in the extinction of the very thing you claim to want to preserve.
See, right now he's appealing to the hero archetype. So he's giving the call to the men, and he's appealing to you being a hero. You know what I mean? And so it's just like, well, you know, civilization's going to die. And if you do this, and, you know, you'll be a hero and save it, basically. The other end of this equation is the women and what the women want to do. If you're going to appeal to the hero archetype, it's like, is the appeal to the women on the other side going to be enough to get them to want to do the same thing?
Now, I'm not saying that your primary motivation for getting married should be the preservation of Western civilization or the continuation of your bloodline. Like, no human being is going to be foremost personally motivated by that. But these are benefits.
Most people are, in a way, you can say, motivated by their biology as far as reproduction goes. But then, you know, there are other cultural reasons to want to get married and be respectable in that way.
And they're really important ones. Why? But these are benefits, and they're really important ones. Why should we get married and have kids? Well, if we don't, civilization collapses, the human race goes extinct, and nothing matters because nothing will exist anymore. That seems like a relevant point. It's not.
You know, again, if he wants that to be the case, they really have to update the marriage laws to something that makes sense.
Not irrelevant.
Klaus asks a good question here. If a civilization or society completely screws me over, why should I care to save this society? Yes, exactly. It goes back to the social contract that we have in place. I mean, you have a marriage contract with an individual woman, and there really is a social contract between the individual and the collective. Participating in society, you know, is supposed to give some benefits. A knight pledging fealty to a liege lord comes with benefits. It's not just about the honor of serving the liege lord. It's the fact that your land holdings will increase and you'll get all the incomes that come from that. The liege lord's going to be like, you did a great job in that battle, sir. You are now, you know, you are now going to control, you know, this over here and these lands, basically, you know, a type of dowry that you're getting for this service. And yeah, so there's all these incentives into being that.
And it's one that the anti-marriage side of the argument never addresses. You know, if every man, so this is the thing, when you hear these, you know.
I don't know if they necessarily need to, because if marriage for the individual is so bad, I don't even think he has the room to think about the good of society. Like if the society is pretty much composed of these individual marriage units that, you know, manifest over time and create more and more and more complex civilizations based off of these small things. If you can't get that in, you know, the marriage right for the two individuals there, for the man and the woman, then thinking about society is thinking 10 steps way down the line that, you know, you can't even get to without getting past step one.
Commentators and influencers.
And it's like, who does our society uphold? You know what I mean? It's like the biggest you know what I mean? Like, is it the biggest degenerates that the society celebrates? Like the society for who? For Epstein? You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, okay.
Making this point, and they're pointing to things like this scandal we're talking about. They're saying, this is why you don't get married. Well, if every man followed your advice, human society would disintegrate. And that's...
This is also something that I think is put forth a little disingenuously. And I'll say that because it's like, what he's trying to do is take away the leverage that the men have. And it's like he's saying, okay, well, society will disintegrate if everybody decides not to do this. As it gets worse, there will be more incentives given to men to come back because people will see that it's getting worse. So if men walk away, they're essentially going to they're bettering their negotiating position, and they're increasing their leverage by walking away from whatever the current deal happens to be. If they continue to participate, they lose their leverage. If they walk away, as things degrade, they will say, okay, we need you guys, and here is a better deal to do that. Here comes the state dowry. Here comes whatever the heck it happens to be. Maybe a change, you know, in the marriage laws. So that's the part that he doesn't get. He's just thinking, oh, it's gonna, you know, it's for sure gonna just go all the way down the toilet. No, it's gonna, yeah, it probably will get worse, but that's the only leverage men have. And then they'll be like, oh my God, you have more value than we gave you credit for. We're willing to come to the table to renegotiate the deal.
Strikes me as a pretty serious flaw in the plan. I mean, it strikes me that a plan must be bad if full adoption of your plan would bring about the annihilation of the human race.
See, he's kind of boogeymanning it a bit. He's kind of strawmanning it. Like, that's going way further down. The men are saying, no, the deal on the table sucks right now. They're not necessarily saying, you know, it is a little bit of a game of chicken, but it's like if we're staring down the barrel of the human race going away, I'm pretty sure they'll start listening and offer a better deal. If a bunch of employees walk out of, you know, their workplace or whatever, it might compel them to say, okay, fine, you know, we'll renegotiate the terms with you. Or they'll import a bunch of people to take your jobs at lesser price. Which isn't going to help with his replacement theory anyway. So there is incentives to come to the table on this basically. So he's boogeymanning it a little bit. You know, I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that. He's appealing to a blue pill tendency here. This is the romanticism. This is the hero archetype. He's like, don't you want to be the hero? Civilization is being threatened right now.
So it seems like
society username says it's all about incentives. No incentive to get married, scam laws, and well, guess what? No marriage. Yeah, it's an entire civilization is built off of a series of incentives that keeps people acting and is dependent upon rational actors to see the incentives and take them. And this is what creates cooperation. Cooperation amongst humans happens from an incentive system. You're both incentivized to cooperate with each other and not bash each other over the head because it's going to lead to a better long-term situation. You guys both benefit. So that leads to it. It may not sound romantic to say that, but I would say that is how society is built. You know, when I was doing my discussion with Glenn Lawrence, the last part of it I don't think was published on video, but he had published the audio for a bit. I don't know if that's behind a paywall now or not, but Michael Sartain came in there for a bit and he was talking about enforced monogamy or something. And I don't think it's enforced monogamy. It's incentivized monogamy. You know what I mean? There are incentives to incentivize you, to incentivize her to be monogamous, and to create a kind of a long-term stability that comes from that. If you take away the incentives, no amount of romantic, poetic, you know, oh my God, pulling at the heartstrings is going to work. Loaded tradcon language with circular reasoning and tradcon fallacies. Exactly. It's like asking everyone to go to work for free. Guess who was showing up? Nobody. Exactly, man. See, yeah, you guys put it in better words than me. So
that can't be a good plan.
Yes, it's not a good plan. So what are you going to offer in order to get this back?
We could talk about what a better plan is, but it can't be that. It can't be the thing where.
Yes. That sentence is doing a lot of heavy lifting right there. We can talk about what a better plan is. That's what we want. We want to talk about the better plan, Matt.
Too many of us do it. Everything collapses and everyone dies and there's no more humans left. And yet, yes, there are still risks. There are risks I've already acknowledged. Risk that you can't protect yourself from with 100% certainty.
You could have some pretty good protection.
Your dowry, it's my right.
But you can account for these risks to a very significant extent. We could put laws in place to account for them.
Yes, we can. All right. Right. Shout out, man. Let's get Dr. Baskerville in there with Matt Walsh. Let's start talking about the laws.
Talked about. And in lieu of those laws, and or also in addition to calling for these kinds of policy changes, you can account for them personally. You know, it is possible that a truly sociopathic, devious con artist could scam you into getting married to them while expertly disguising their true nature.
See, we were talking about this at the beginning. It might not even be intentional. It's the fact that the system is built in a way to take somebody who may have passed a lie detector test at the beginning and then later on say, hey, this actually makes more rational sense for me to blow this marriage up and leave it right now because I can get all this stuff. They might not even be trying to scam you. It just literally ends up that way because it seems to make rational sense. They're incentivized to do that. There is incentive built into the system to destroy the marriage.
That could happen, but in the vast majority of cases, there are extremely obvious red flags that someone is untrustworthy and disloyal.
See, this is, again, it's going to go back on you. You didn't choose correctly. You got to choose better. I mean, some variation of this is something that we've heard in the space for many times. You know what I mean? So it's like, he's basically saying you need to choose better. This is you can say, diametrically opposed to the kind of red pillar notion of AWOL. All women are like that. And that's, them looking at it from that. So it's just like, this isn't anything new at this point. I was actually watching Pearl react to this, and she had like a very funny reaction. And because like he's saying you should have been able to spot this. There should be red flags, but he was out here, you know, congratulating Sarah Stock on getting engaged, and they didn't see nothing, you know, off about her post to even question it or anything like that. It's just like, it's crazy. Yo, Caesar Quintana, thanks for becoming a member. Let me just give that some shine right here. I don't know if I could pull that up. Caesar Quintana, thanks for becoming the first member on this channel. I activated the membership thing because it's another way to support the channel. I'm just going to be honest with you. I literally have no members content because I figure I just want everybody to see it, especially for a small channel like mine. It's better for the growth. But I appreciate you, Caesar Quintana, for becoming a member, and he's become a tavern regular. So yeah, when you hit the membership, you become a tavern regular. I thought that was a funny way to label it. But yeah, I do appreciate that support, Caesar. That means a lot. Justice for William. We all make... I'm not sure who William refers to exactly, actually. I might be missing... Not sure who that is. I Love Bread too says, we all make a mistake or choose wrong, but we don't all get a government acting like the safety net for women in court. Exactly. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. When women choose wrong, everybody's got to come save the day. When men choose wrong, it's just like, well, be a man, basically, is what you're going to be met with. Let's go. Put laws in place. Where exactly is Matt working to that goal? I might have missed it. Yeah. Did they start the think tank yet that they said that they were going to all invest money in when they were smoking cigars around around that table back when Candace Owens, I think, was still with them? And William is Sarah's husband. Oh, okay. Yeah. Justice for William. Thank you for that, Caesar.
Flags you can pick up long before marriage if you're paying attention.
Oh my God. Okay. So yeah, you're just not paying attention, guys. Thanks, Matt. All right. Well, we should have just been paying attention. We appreciate you. Thanks for solving that.
Yeah, things like if she's spending a lot of personal time with her male boss or any other man, for one thing.
I mean, so, you know, okay, fine. So William was supposed to be sitting here and like you were spending too much time with your CEO or the boss. I don't know if it was her direct boss or what, but it's like, how the heck was he going to know that? I mean, she's going to this work convention thing that's part of her industry. William's trying to not come off of some controlling man who doesn't want to let his fiance, well, they weren't fiance, his soon-to-be fiance work and pursue her career and all that kind of stuff. And Matt's like, well, William should have noticed. I don't want to be mischaracterizing Matt, but it sounds like what he's saying is that William should have noticed that she was spending too much time with the boss. Like, he wasn't going to know that. I mean, she was hiding that. He figured she was doing work stuff and pursuing her career.
As soon as you're dating this woman, she should no longer be maintaining any kind of intimate personal relationships with other men or spending any one-on-one time with other men at all. And if she's doing that, that's a problem.
Baby, I got to stay at the office late. We're filming a bunch of stuff for the Sarah Stock brand or whatever. I love you, blah, blah, blah.
Problem. And if you express that it's a problem to her and she's not willing to give that up for you, leave. That's your red. That's all you need. You're gone. If she seems to enjoy the attention of men who are not you while you're in a relationship with her, that's a red flag. If she's an e-girl.
Okay, yeah, I mean, and I can agree with that too. I could say it's a red flag. Okay, let's hear about the e-girl.
Begging for attention online all the time. That's a red flag.
Okay, so hey, you know what? I can give Matt some shine on that. So at this point, we have Matt Walsh pretty much on record saying all e-girls are red flags. Now I'm assuming that includes all the conservative e-girls as well. So I might be stretching out what he's saying, but that might be what he means. William could literally do everything right, and Matt is still going to blame the guy. I hate this. Matt, what if she is working to save up her dowry? Yeah, exactly. Which is what she should be doing.
My right.
Man, that would be an interesting conversation, I think, for Matt.
These are all things that are fairly obvious. And you can identify them and suss them out if you keep your eyes open. In most cases.
should be obvious. That's a little too much right there, Matt. Come on. In most cases.
Okay. Which is why a lot of...
And you know, to your point, Dan the Man, it's like in most cases, both people are going to have to work. Like he wants the fertility rate to go up. You ideally want people getting married while they're younger. She's going to have to be at work to some extent. And if it's going to be, okay, the man pays for everything, including the house. Well, I mean, that's not really going to happen till unless he's extremely successful in his 20s, till at least 30, early 30s, to have some amount to put down on all this and begin financing everything. Does Matt advocate stocking? Yeah, I know Sarah was missing her Christmas stocking full of dowry stuff.
In a lot of cases like this, when something happens and someone ends up, man ends up married to a woman and she betrays him, you'll find, since we're talking about anecdotes, like you'll find very often that the man is shocked and appalled, but a lot of people around him are like, yeah, I'm not that surprised by that.
Is having an OF account to save up for a dowry, fine, asking the hard questions. You know what, Klaus, I think it's a testament to how far we've all fallen as a society to where we actually have to make that consideration. I mean, early on, I did the poll of Nala versus Sarah Stock, and we actually have to think about it. You know what I mean? These are the tough times that we are in currently.
You'll find, since we're talking about anecdotes, like you'll find very often that the man is shocked and appalled, but a lot of people around him are like, yeah, I'm not that surprised by that.
You know, to be honest though, like the red pill will kind of say things like, you can't, it was supposed to be like a don't talk about Fight Club kind of thing. And blue pillars, like early on, like from what I remember in the early days of red pill, it was kind of acknowledged that like, you can't just go here and try to talk to your blue pillar friends about this, because you're going to be met with like indignation, possibly even anger, if you try to pop that bubble for them. So other people probably saw that with Sarah Stock, but would the husband have listened? On the one hand, it's like, it's just, I don't know. I don't think he would have. And yeah, after the fact, now you could be like, yeah, it was bad. It was bad, Maybe if his parents would have said something, they could have spotted, that. If Nala offered a 1 million US dowry, would you accept it? A 1 million dowry. Let me think about that. Well, she's a married woman, so we'll think about that with the guise of someone else that perhaps has a similar past. So this woman is an OF person and has all her stuff online. Has no children from a previous marriage, has $1 million that she's going to put into my hand to become community property in a marriage. And she's recently become religious. And she's plastered all over the internet and used to brag about cheating and threesomes and this and that. $1 million that she has ready. Would I take the money? That's a tough question, man. That's a tough question. And then you like parade her around your entire family. You're just like, Dad, I love you. This is my soon to be wife. I want you to meet her. Her and I are going to be a thing here. We're engaged. She used to do nudie videos and she's got all this stuff online. Let's make a poll. Okay. All right, fine. Let's make a poll. But she is coming with $1 million. Oh crap. Sorry. Would you take an OF, an XOF, I guess? Man, that kind of sounds like Nala. If she came with a $1 million dowry that she's going to put into your hand to have management and use of. 1 million dowry, question mark. All right, let's hit. I'm just going to put yes or no. Okay, I'll just leave it like that. Doesn't need to be perfect. There we go. Okay, I'm going to let you guys answer first. Well, maybe, you know what? I'm not going to look at. I'm going to turn around, and I'm not going to look at what you guys are saying. I'm going to be real honest. I would probably do it. As great if she came here with a clean bill of sale, went to the doctors, got the checkup, didn't have any past, abortion, so there's no ability, problems there. I might actually do that. I'm being honest. I would be open for the negotiation. It's better than the Sarah Stock situation. That's true. See, this kind of goes to the poll we had earlier, but you're sweetening the deal with $1 million. And I put the money into a house and both of our names are on it under California law. It's paid off. There's money left over. She's quit the OF thing. I would probably do that. You know what? And I don't give a damn. You know what? I might. And then if it goes sour, then, there's the divorce. Now, that would depend on what assets I have. But if she's the one who fully, put it in there, and my assets prior to the marriage lay somewhere else, that they won't be commingled property. If it does go south, the house gets split in half, and effectively $500,000 of that comes back into my hand. Maybe, man, maybe. Username says, hell no, he ain't doing it. Let's see. 50% say yes. I mean, it's a tough one, man. It's compared to what I think the thing that knocks me over is if you're comparing it to what you have out there in the marketplace. Coach Greg Adams always has these things where he says, these are your future wives. These are your future wives. These are your future wives. And they're like, you're going to probably end up with the ex-sugar baby who's going to lie about what she did and say, oh, I was on the site, but I only went on one date. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, CGA did everything to her that was possible. You know what I mean? So it's like, if the other option, if you're going to take the deal, is already something that has a similar past history, but it's not public like that, and you might find it out about it later, kind of like, I don't know, that's a tough one, man. That's a fun question, though. That's a real brain scratcher. But I'm going to fall on the side of yes. 64% of you guys say no. I choose Nala because I get to give away vehicles for Jesus. A diamond is forever. A ran through hymen is forever. It's the barrier to make it harder for their exit strategy. Yeah. And I think a lot of that depends on you as the guy in terms of what you can take. I could see, I can understand not taking it, though, to be honest, and just living a peaceful, quiet MGTOW life. And the more I think about that, the more appealing that is. Like, I hate to sound like very mercenary, because I'd go in there and this Nala-esque woman would have to pretty much follow the program. Otherwise, I'm dipping out. You know what I'm saying? I'm taking the $500,000 for having to embarrass myself with that, and then so be it. I don't know. That's a fun one, man. I think most people would say no, but they'd have to think about it. All that ecclesiastical charity. All right, let's move in here. We're almost to the end of this segment. I actually kind of thought this whole thing was going to the end, but it's actually, these are different stories he's covering here that has nothing to do with the Sarah Stock. Exactly. Yeah. Mr. Pitts got it.
Do you have the stomach?
I haven't heard that in a while. Do you have the stomach?
It's terrible. I'm not that surprised, because like, even, the people on the outside could tell kind of what this woman's all about. And if they could tell, then you also could have told.
See, he's missing it, though, because he's talking about love. At the beginning of this whole thing, he's talking about love. Of course the guy missed it, because the marriage, the centerpiece of the marriage was the romantic ethos. It was a blue pill. It was a love marriage. He was in love with her. The other people aren't in love with her. So, yeah, they could have probably seen it. They didn't want to say nothing, but that's how he was raised to be. So it was hard for him. Nala would also have to let me sleep with other women while she remains monogamous with me. Geo for show's thinking about it. She also needs to join in on threesomes at request. She also needs to cook, clean. You know what, man? Yeah, and that's all part of the deal right there. That's part of the negotiation. So that would be including the $1 million as a de facto, or not even a de facto, a de jure acceptance to this. So part of that $1 million will be used for JUCO activities. Oh my gosh. What you could do is take the 1 million, stay a few years, and then dip and get a better woman, just like women. That's what I'm pretty much saying. That's why I said the 1 million in my hand. And then the 1 million goes into the house and becomes community property of the marriage. Then if you get divorced, if she's not working, you might have to pay her some alimony, but you're getting half that house value regardless. So it's not the most horrible deal. I mean, it's not, you know. And for you religious folks, I mean, if they converted, so to speak, that's supposed to take care of the ecclesiastical part. If you're going with the tradcon sense of the word here, then, you know. But I know a lot of the, you know, when you think about the kind of MGTOW type stuff, I can see some MGTOWs being like, nah, you know what? Like I can see Klaus being like, nah, I'm good. I will drive the Porsche, but I'm good. Shout out to Klaus. I don't know though. That's a fun one, man. We're almost there. We're almost to the comments. I know we're 3 hours, 20 minutes.
And yet risks do remain, even in spite of that. It's all about, and if they could tell, then you also could have told.
That requires some experience, you know, from the guy's side. Otherwise, it's like, yes, like it almost makes the case for having your family involved in a kind of semi-arranged marriage, because it's like, yes, your parents, I mean, assuming they're not, you know, blue-pilled, I guess, which a lot of them are. But it's supposed to be that the parents can see a little bit more clearly in this situation than the kids that are kind of taken over by, you know, by chemicals. And by kids, I mean, you know, early adults.
And yet risks do remain, even in spite of that. I acknowledge that. But here's the thing.
Yeah, there is. Klaus says, if you talk a while longer, you'll get me to change my mind. It's something to think about. You know what I mean?
There are also risks on the other side. Risks to rejecting marriage and family life. And I don't just mean the risk of civilizational collapse. You know, Andrew Tate says he doesn't need marriage because he can get any woman he wants and have a bunch of kids and financially provide for all of them. And that may be true in his case. I still believe he and his children would be better off if he were married. But how many men who take that advice will end up with a life that even vaguely resembles that?
Yeah, and you know what? And that's a good point. I actually agree with him. That's why the focus on the average man's existence is important. And not that self-improvement is wrong or anything like that. I think everybody, provided you're not like depressed or something, and even if you are depressed for some men, it's just like, you try to improve your situation every day. You know what I mean? I think we are just naturally doing that. You know what I mean? So that's one thing. I mean, I can get that, but yeah, most guys aren't going to do it, which is why you need some kind of a system that incentivizes everybody for it to make sense, especially for a positive assortative matching scenario.
Your dowry, it's my right.
For guys at the top and guys all the way down into the spectrum. Basically, looks like I'm not thinking predatory enough. Yeah, you could say mercenary. You know, predatory has a connotation. Mercenary doesn't have the greatest connotation, but you know, you can never win with guys like Matt. He'll defend the women if you don't marry them, but blame you if you didn't notice. Yeah, that is not among some of the best things he said in this segment. I'll say that.
0.1% less? I mean, the reality is that the vast majority of men who don't get married will not end up with a harem of attractive women. They'll end up alone, lonely, no wife, no children, and little in the way of financial success anyway.
Or everybody will just be sharing the women.
Because most people are not financially successful.
So, you know, even the guys that do get it, it's the CGA, these are your future wives, you know, bit right there. Let's see, Matt, when your 2 daughters and 3 sons get into the marriage market. Yeah, well, that's another point. It's sad because the Pope blessed their marriage, but it was already tainted. Yeah, that's unfortunate. And I get it. You know, the Pope probably blesses like 800 marriages a year, just, you know. But that picture is just very symbolic given the circumstances of what happened here, which is pretty bad. You know what I mean? So I can understand that. Hey, thank you for that super chat, Mountain Man. Appreciate that. When Matt describes the risks, he doesn't realize that most modern women fit that risk profile. That's a fantastic point. Red flags he mentions. Exactly. Exactly. God, yeah, exactly. It's like, no, Matt, actually the men can see the red flags. It's just that that's the majority of women. So then they're trying to take Matt's advice and say, okay, I still got to save Western civilization. So they decide to overlook some of the red flags in order to try to get a shot here at the legacy and my bloodline and all these kinds of things. And then it blows up in their face. Yo, Mountain Man tops. I think that's the comment of the night right here. Fantastic point, man. Shout out to you again. And thank you so much for that super chat. I'll add that to the dowry pile, or, well, I guess that's me trying to sound responsible. It may actually end up in the cigar pile, but I'll try to be good. Well, and thank you again so much for that, Mountaintop. I really do appreciate it. Well, it shows the Pope didn't see the problem too. I mean, I'm not trying to say it like that, you know, because I don't want it to sound disrespectful. That's why I'm saying he probably blesses like 800 marriages. There's probably a lot of people that are like, hey, we're getting married, you know, and it's kind of a thing. You know what I mean? So we're not blaming the Pope, but I can hear what your comment is, what you're saying. But all I'm saying is that, you know what I mean? It's just, yeah, I mean, you know, he saw him for like 2 seconds.
Most people who reject marriage will die broke and alone anyway.
Most people, I mean, the 50% of those marriages that get divorced, you know, they could come back, but God forbid it's a gray divorce.
That's not merely a risk. For many, it's the outcome they're actively choosing.
And listen, I'm going to tell you something, and this is not to sound like a tough guy. Nobody knows what we're going to do until the call comes. You know, the draft notice could come tomorrow and I could scour away in fear and dishonor and scurry away to the rodent hole. You know, some guys can be out there and be like, oh yeah, I would definitely go. You know what I mean? No one's messing with us. And then they can scream like little babies when it comes. But let me tell you, what he's describing about dying alone and broke is not actually that scary. I don't think it's that scary to men. It would suck. But most of us are just happy that we haven't had to die on a cold, icy field getting exploded by a drone in, you know, Ukraine somewhere. Which frankly is the fate of many men for a long time. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that's good or that's glorious or something like that. All I'm saying this is him saying dying alone and broke doesn't sound horrible. It's like living a humble life as an old hermit, you know, isn't the worst thing that can happen, you know, to you. So I get it, but okay, fine, you know. As opposed to like not even making it to old and broke and alone because, you know, your family was destroyed. And I'm not trying to bring up things like the self-deletion rate and all that kind of stuff, but you know what I mean. Maybe I'm just going a little too much into that point. Self-destruction will not save Western civilization. Thank you, FX Trader. Tactica says, yeah, Matt is playing up the savior hero complex argument and more than likely doesn't understand the legal system, is not ecclesiastical, or will honor any of his ecclesiastical ideals. Yeah, it's playing on the hero archetype.
They choose it because they fear that if they do get married, they might end up broke and alone. And they,
or just not even end up. I mean, you know, there was a study that I used when I reacted to Ben Shapiro's discussion on this probably about a year ago. And I think it was out of UC San Diego. He kept saying in his video about the likelihood of dying from a drug overdose. And I just thought that was odd instead of looking at like a, like a different unit of measurement or whatever it happens to be. Like I was like, why is he going with that stat? And the stat I found literally said that I think it had to do with self-deletion specifically, but men who were never married had a more comparable chance of self-deletion than men who are happily married. And men who got divorced, their likelihood of doing that was way higher. So it was like, if you were single and never married, you actually are not, your risk level is not that different from the married guy. But if you were married and it ends up badly, which is a lot of people's marriages, your risk level for hurting yourself in that way goes up by like a lot more. So it's just like,
Might, but choosing a bad fate that is almost certain because you fear a bad fate that is merely possible is, you want to talk about logic, illogical. Now,
see, and again, and I get what he's saying. And listen, I think there's, like, I can kind of understand where he's coming from. But at the same time, it's like, you still have to come in. Men should still have the nerve to negotiate and ask for a better deal or expect a better deal and say, hey, if this deal is this ridiculous, then I don't want it. Now, if you really want these things that he's discussing, if you really want them, at least go into it with your eyes open and say, okay, this is the risk I'm taking, and I've decided to do that. And that's perfectly legitimate. As long as, you know about that, and it's like, fine, okay. You could still voice the concerns or try to get some kind of leverage deal here, but if not, and you're okay with it, then fine, so be it. But he's making the case to it for people who ostensibly don't care for wanting that. And it's basically well, you're scared. You're just being a scaredy cat. You know what I mean? In that way. I might end up alone, but not broke. I have my retirement funds in order. Oh my God. See, you guys are just saying it correctly. That's the odd thing about it. Why is he assuming that you're going to end up broke? Alone, yes. Possibly not even miserable. It actually stands to reason you would be less broke, because it's like you only have to save money for yourself. You can live quietly or however you want. Even if you spend money on some stuff, it's not going to be that big of a purchase. And you could probably sell it later anyways. So why would you end up broke? You can actually focus on making more money if you wanted to do that. That's your thing. So yeah, I missed it. I missed it there, Klaus. He's assuming that you're going to end up broke. But that's not exactly true. Matt isn't a good car salesman. I don't see the bad fate, though. I did pretty well alone, and I will in future, too, if necessary. Right now, I have a pretty good deal going. Yeah, there you go. And that, shout out to the MGTOW folks right there. So, yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of boogeyman going on here. A little bit of boogeyman.
That a young man or woman should rush blindly and recklessly into marriage? No, there are risks involved. Again,
there are risks, yeah, and there's ways to negotiate that.
Dowry, it's my right.
Acknowledged. Should change laws and put policies in place that reduce those risks and offer greater protections against them. But anything worth doing involves risk. And if starting a family isn't worth doing, then what is? For almost every man, fatherhood and marriage are a vocation given by God to lead, provide for, and love his own family. And you shouldn't let anything or anyone scare you away from it. Now, you can avoid the Sarah Stocks of the world by abandoning the very idea of marriage. And if you're a woman, you can avoid the Elijah Schaefers by doing the same. But years from now, when you're on your deathbed, surrounded by no one, with no one to mourn you, and no one to carry on your legacy and bloodline, or even place flowers on your grave, will you feel relieved that at least you were never divorced?
I don't know. I hear this argument a lot. Again, the fact is the icy field, being taken out by a drone was probably, the fate for most of us. You know what I mean? And there's a sense of being grateful that that's not That's not us. You know what I mean? But it could be. But I think what he's trying to do is just do a scare tactic here. Like, I don't know, are you going to be miserable if you weren't like horrible to people and you didn't screw people or cheat people and you're an honest man and you lived an honest life? Like, are you going to sit there looking at death's door with some kind of guilt? Like you were a bad person or something? I don't know. He'd probably be like, man, you know, maybe if I can go back, I would have liked to try to do that. But it didn't work out for me that way. I would have tried to, I would have liked to, but see, this is kind of a fear tactic, I think is what I'm getting at. If the rumors of Sarah's abortion are true, that is grounds for automatic excommunication in the Catholic Church. I forgot about the abortion part of that whole story. I gotta look at it again. But I forgot that was like a possibility. So yeah, but you know, when you ask yourself, like, it's probably grounds for that, but like, you know, would they actually do it? You know, I don't know if they'd actually do it. Surrounded by JUCOs, OnlyFans, church ladies. Yeah, like Tacticus, you can paint another picture of what that would be like. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, I don't know what your community would look like. It doesn't have to even be the JUCOs. It could be anybody that you did good and right by or whatever. Oh no, not the deathbed. Yeah, like, I don't know. Are men really afraid of that? That's the only the only reason I'm bringing up the icy field in the DJI drone dropping a package on you is because I don't actually know if men are afraid of that or if that's something that women are probably more concerned with anyways. I just don't know that. You know, like, looking back on a life well lived is probably something that would help and make you feel better. But I also think if you're an honest person and you're not a scumbag, you know, when, you know, whoever comes to take you across there, it's probably not going to be, you know, at least you don't have anything weighing on your heart that's bad. Maybe like, you know, maybe, but I just don't know. I don't know, man. And even if you have the kids, you're leaving everything behind, you know? So who cares about, I mean, does the legacy really matter? Maybe for some people. I don't know. I just think he's just kind of presenting this as a given so much. So I think it depends on the person. Surrounded by JUCO, OnlyFans, church ladies. Alone, Matt. Thank you, Lab. I do appreciate that again, man. You guys have been very generous with the super chats, man. We have got a good amount here going for a real quality cigar. My bad. I meant for the dowry portion, but I got to do a cigar stream with you guys, man, one of these days. No. Sarah Stock was a chameleon. Schaefer was obviously awful from jump. It's easy to avoid guys like him. How does one avoid a Sarah Stock? Exactly. I'm telling you, too, like, the Sarah Stock thing's not over. She might come out with this whole thing that, you know, he compelled me and I'm the victim here, and you might see a bunch of tradcon say, yeah, she was the victim, it's the men. We don't know. I don't know if we're necessarily like if it's over yet. Thank you again, Lab. I do appreciate that, man. The language of emotionalism doesn't work on men who are rational thinkers. That's sign language garbage. Yeah, he's really pushing on the whole hero archetype, and he's, you know, I could sort of get it, but I think we've heard this a lot of times. I'm not advocating. Oh, my bad. Let me go to your first message. The idea that avoiding marriage results in loneliness is also flawed. You can develop deep, meaningful relationships with friends and find a girl that's willing to be friends with benefits. Yeah, that's true. Listen, you can even have a kid with one of them and not be state married. That's what I wish he would have clarified that in the video, what he meant. I'm not advocating. I'm not advocating for hookup culture. I'm just pointing that out in modern day. There are multiple forms of companionship. Yeah, and that's true. Women are the ones coping and even made up the propaganda male loneliness epidemic to shame men into marrying ran through women. Yeah, it could just be the whole dying alone in your bed thing could just be a kind of projection from the woman's side onto the men, and they're kind of falling for it. He resorts to guilt tripping, fear mongering, false binary doom and gloom. That's a lot of audacity using the latest scandal as a springboard. Yeah, exactly. That's what a lot of this is. Someone mentioned it earlier. It's the trad. It might have been Tacticus or username. I can't remember. It's the tradcon damage control. We got about a minute left, then we'll look at the comments.
Will you be happy about the chance you didn't take? Or will you wish that you had given yourself to someone and created a family that would outlive you? Because what was any of it for, if not for that?
And I can understand that sentiment, just to be charitable, Tim. Like, I get it. I get it. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I think men do look at this and they look around and they look at the environment and seen what happens to their fathers and uncles and just people in their community, and they're going to make a decision. And how they go about seeking meaning or trying to get some of these things might not necessarily fall into the way Matt wants you to do it. It might be in a way that's outside of the state marriage contract. I mean, we as men are trying to figure this out. So, I think he's just going a little too overboard. Yo, Mountain Man, Tops. Recreational activities, hobbies, volunteering, travel, cookouts with friends, networking are just a few things you can do when single. Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of things you can do. And there's a ton of things you can pursue. And listen, it's like, I think what he's saying is kind of another way of saying a woman is going to make you happy. But it's like, if you're a depressed person, whether you're a man or woman, you can't look to your spouse to make you happy. And maybe that's kind of distilling it in a way that's not fair to what Matt's saying. I know it's about children, and children can bring a whole new dimension of life and stuff like that. But, people can also not be happy. People can be happy, get married, and then become incredibly depressed and think about how they ruined their life. They can see the way their kids turned out and just be like, why did I do this? And we've seen plenty of people like that. You know what I mean? I've seen people like that. I've met people like that. I know people like that. It's right in front of our faces. People can be depressed before, have a beautiful, picturesque family, and still be depressed through that because of something they're lacking. So, I mean, I want to be charitable of what he's saying, but at the same time, it's like, I think he is selling this, he's kind of going a little, he's putting a lot of sugar in this lemonade right now. I think we all get it. I think Matt just doesn't see it or want to see it. I think it's that. Being 60, now I can answer his question from my point of view. Seeing how many of my peers are now alone and broke for the rest of their life because of a divorce, I'm pretty good here missing out. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean too. Thank you, Klaus. And I do appreciate being able to have a perspective from your age demographic, because that it's not just a bunch of young guys who are scared and nuts. It's like all of the men are sharing notes here. He's also acting like 80% of single guys are completely invisible to women. What chance did these guys have? Yeah, well, that's the thing. There's the whole other part of this equation. We aren't Matt's target audience, and he very well knows it. His goal is to keep guys from fully red-pilled even after such major awakening moment. Yeah, this is the damage control.
Now let's get to our 5 headlines.
Okay, so we made it here. Let's just look at the comments real quick, before I call it. So we'll definitely do that. Matt Walsh is a marriage grifter. He sounds like a used car salesman trying to sell you a car with 200K miles for full price. I think it's that, but like I would say someone like Matt Walsh's job, I'm just trying to get Mimi on camera. Matt Walsh's job is also to keep a coherent structure on the right. You know what I mean? Like, he needs to have a cohesive movement or camp on the right. I don't know who Daily Wire is paid by, but I'm sure their interests are to keep voters voting a certain way. And it's like, if you have men that have this blatant of a problem, there could be a serious fracturing or splinter of that. So it's like, we need to get these guys in some way under the umbrella of this side of things, and whatever the heck it happens to be. And, maybe I'm doing a bad job of explaining that, but I think Matt and people like Matt, their purpose is to try to keep a coherence for that, and convince guys to still kind of be in with the fold, instead of abandoning that, altogether. And in some ways, they also have to appeal to women on that side in order to get their votes too. If you're an influencer, you're not a trad wife. Simple as that. Okay, so now we're saying that. All right, well, interesting. You know, to be honest, you could just say if you're a trad wife, you're not a trad wife. Probably be a faster way. You know what? You could even say it like this. If you don't got one of these,
Your dowry, it's my right.
you are for sure not a trad wife, just off rip. I just don't think you go from waiting until marriage to cheating on your husband within months. She has been lying for a long time. 4924. Okay, that's irrelevant to. Hold on just a dang second. Eliza Schaefer is straight. They like to use. Okay, that's a different comment. I'm just trying to keep them with the comments that. Man, some of these comments, I kind of. He's got 161,000. We called them influencers because only someone who is under the influence will take them seriously. You know, Matt Walsh is an influencer too. I guess you can say. Elijah has had so many affairs. I feel bad for his wife. He has been cheating for years. These are grifters, not conservatives, and let's ban the term influencer, please. He got caught. That's the only reason for his pathetic apology. That's from Eliza Schaefer. I saw a video the other day of a young woman who went on a date with the guy, and when he did not make an advance on her, she felt like something was wrong. Then it dawned on her that he might just be a decent guy and realized that society is a scorched wasteland. Influencer is the most absurdly hypocritical word of our times. These misguided women see angrily creating chaos as being in charge. Lifetime alimony should be abolished. It's unconstitutional in a person's right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and like that one. All this discourse about Sarah Stock's ring size and she was cheating on him the whole time is a major black pill. This story is insane. Piping hot tea. I mean, yeah, that's definitely black pilling, I would say. That's crazy. On whatever she looks like, she's on whatever. Okay, the show, whatever. She looks like she's already lying. Yeah, well, we can all see it now in hindsight. Now it's like, well, you should have been able to tell. You mentioned that most of the time red flag are important long in advance. While that may be the case, there are simply not enough faithful women to go, okay, yep. This guy echoes the super chat here from Lab. Or was it Lab? I'm sorry, it might have been Mountaintop. Yeah, Mountaintop, right here. This is it. This guy's... You mentioned that most of the time red flags are apparent long in advance. While that may be the case, there are simply not enough faithful women to go around, so men ignore these and take what they can get. Yep. There's a 50% chance your dinghy will get thrown in a wood chipper. This is the airplane analogy. Someone else said that here. I think it was FX Trader. But a 50% it won't. So do it anyways. Conservative podcasters. There you go. Yeah, see, this guy got it. Yeah, seriously. This guy doesn't know just how much damage a bad marriage and a messy breakup can do. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. Like, just, I mentioned earlier in the stream, I don't think people really understand just how bad divorce is. Like, we know it is, but like when you really think about all the ripple effects. Yeah, Matt said he'd make an argument for marriage. I guess he forgot. Oh, man. I want to like that one. I know he's being a bit snarky. It's someone saying that Elijah was so blessed with a beautiful wife and kids and then threw it all away. Awful person. Some men have it all, while some of us have nothing. And listen, again, this is why the red pill has existed. The red pill came in to explain why women like guys like that. This Elijah Schaefer guy, fits a certain profile. You know what I mean? And for a long time, men were trying to figure out why women who ostensibly have no reason to would choose a man like that. While she's working on getting married to this other guy. Like, this is a real sort of, I don't know what her husband did. The Keanu Reeves looking guy with the suit. I don't know if it's like a beta buck scenario or not, or what the deal is, but there was two things going on here at once. I'm going to go ahead and just get some music playing. We'll wrap it up here. Let me just get Mimi on cam a bit. She was being so good. She was just sleeping all while I'm talking. Now I got my sleeve all up on her face. Now she's biting me. Okay. Man, Deadbeat Woman sounds like a good one for tonight.
This season, everyone deserves a little more.
There's
And
ads now.
with the extended
Oh, man. Oh, let me just play that. Okay, I actually got to sign in, create an account. I got to do all the stuff. My bad, guys. I played everybody here. Wow, that's the longest 30 seconds of my life. Sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I got photos of this Shah taking the deal in the Discord. Okay, let's pull that up. Oh, this ad's almost done. Okay, there's Deadbeat. Let me just pull up the Discord real quick for the folks. Oh, damn, the man. Why'd you gotta do me like that, man? At least put the million. Okay, is that money or is that roses? All right, fine. Okay, at least the money's. Oh, man, not into the sanctuary. I love this background, man. Now it's been profaned by her. Oh, my God. This is our place of peace, bro. This is where we smoke cigars and do research and write. And, oh, okay, well, this is a little better background. Man, would you guys show up to the wedding? Like, real talk? Like, Luke, would you be like, nah, I'm so disgusted by this, I'm not even showing up? If you guys don't show up, then I'll have to give up the $1 million because I can't get married. And then, is that you, Klaus, right there? Or is that, I think that's Dan the man there in the background, possibly. Oh my God, look at that. Some beautiful wedding photography pictures. Now, she's not coming to the boys club, bro. I'm sorry. This is not, she doesn't get invited here. This is where I go to get away from her. All right, so let's get Deadbeat Woman playing on. We'll take a look at some of the comments. Man, I had a fantastic time tonight. Actually, let me end this poll. There's a poll here. I love this song. Shout out to Luke. All right, we had 20 votes. 55% said no. 45% said yes. Ooh, she's attacking me. Mimi's invited to the boys club. She can be there. She's having a blast right now. Oh gosh, I want to get to some of these comments because she's gonna attack me. All right, let's see. Well, it shows the Pope didn't see the problem too. Okay, my bad. I'm way back behind. Nah, this is white pill for me. Seeing them getting all masks off. Easy, guys. Just don't be boring, as she'll actually like you, maybe. Red pill has been saying the tradsphere isn't trustworthy. Actions do reveal way better than words. Absolutely. Not trying to badmouth Elijah Schaefer, but this is proof that tradcons could benefit from RP lessons on women. Yeah, definitely. I think so. I'll show up. Thank you, username. I appreciate that, man. At least one person would come to the wedding. I mean, listen, man. You know, play a woman that'll give me my dowry. The R&B one's the best. Are you talking about that Better Give Me My Dowry song? Better Get My Dowry, the remix? Dang it, man. I might have to find which one that is. I would show up just to be able to tell you told you so. Man, that would be hilarious. I'd go to. Okay. I'm happy to hear that. I'm actually happy to hear that. So if it meant I can meet all of you guys, I would take the bullet on that one. How about that? What's up, Mimi? I think he's referring to the radio edit. I hope Mr. Pitt shows up too and like kicks people out if they get rowdy. Oh, the radio edit. Okay, I'll find that one. And that's for Better Get My Dowry. Oh, the radio edit. Okay, the radio edit. All right, we'll do that one. Thank you for that, Dan the Man. Thank you for sharing the SoundCloud. By the way, guys, we had about like on average 30 people watching and we got 28 likes. Proud of you guys for that one. That's like an A+ on like to viewer ratio. Not an A+, but an A. So thanks for everybody that hit the like button. And I also appreciate the super chats, you know. That's more than I deserve. Makes me feel like a real YouTuber. Thank you for that. Okay, we're going to get my dowry played. Hopefully there's not an ad. Okay, beautiful. So no ad. Fantastic. Man, this is a good song. Not sure if I would get a visa, though, if they look through my socials. Well, you know what, man? It might have to be a destination wedding, so maybe it can be in Greece. We'll do the wedding in Greece because they've been practicing the dowry for like one of the longest over there. How about that? How bad? So, you know, Germany to Greece, I think you'll be okay. Man, cats are so cool. Hope everybody has a good week. I'm gonna try to film another standalone tomorrow. I do have a lot of work. Oh crap, I forgot to tell you guys. Did I tell you guys? Effective Purpose is posting the video early this week. I already got the notification, so it's coming, guys. I'll share that in the Discord, by the way. So look out for that video. We do have a video Tuesday coming with Effective Purpose and I. Oh, she's attacking me. Ow. What are you doing? All right. You messed up. Oh, leave me alone. I'm angry now. Greece would be, man, you know, I got invited to a wedding in Greece and I didn't go, man. And I kind of wish I went. I dropped it in the Discord and the chat. Perfect. Oh, that's Dowry Destiny. My bad, I got the wrong one. All right, let's play that one too. Why not? I love this song though. All right, we're gonna play the one that Mr. Pitt sent here. That is. Oh, my bad. That was the whole thing. Okay, I'm tripping. That was just the whole album. Okay, perfect. W Effective Purpose. I watched this last video and I really liked it. I think we'll react to that one next week.
Wouldn't it be nice?
You know, assuming that nothing so nuts happens that we gotta instantly do that. So the Sarah Stock thing isn't over yet. I do want to get some more standalones going. But for sure, guys, man, we had a blast today. I had a really good time. Appreciate Caesar for joining the members. He is now a tavern regular, even though he was already a regular. Shout out to Steve. See, you don't need to be a member to be a regular. We know who the regulars are. Appreciate all the support, all the likes. We got 32 likes. That's fantastic. You know, guys, if I wasn't working so much, I wish I could stream more for you guys, but I definitely want to get at least one standalone video out a week. And then I want to get one stream out. So that's probably going to be something that, you know, I'm going to try to adhere to. And then, of course, you know, collabs when collabs can happen. So that's a thing there. Red Pill had me wanting to go Passport, bro. But now with your reality check with alimony and child support, even with the woman abroad, makes me thinking of checking out of the dating marketplace. Not worth it. Man, I swear, I don't want to have that effect on people, man. I really don't. There is a way, you know what? We could talk more and I could, like, if I'm not trying to sell you a consultation, I would do it for free for you. But if you ever wanted to chat, I would chat and I would tell you what I know in the background for how to mitigate for those circumstances. You know what I mean? And say, okay, how can I do this in a way that makes sense? Like there is a strategy that you can employ that at least would mitigate it a bit. You know what I mean? So it's not all doom and gloom out here. You know, I don't want it to be doom and gloom. Like the video. I appreciate that. Man, do we have time for one more song? I mean, we definitely got time for one more song. Let's get one more song going. We did Deadbeat. Let's see. You know what? I'll let y'all choose here. Gold Pill. Should have listened to Shah. We haven't heard that in a while. That's a Dan the Man classic right there. That's a Dan the Man hood classic. All right, let's do it. Okay, yeah, definitely, man. You can always email me too, you know. Curb Appeal Club Mix was okay. Actually, Curb Appeal wasn't bad. Dang it, this is a tough one. View all 15 tracks. Let's see. Dang, man, I want to play Secret of Mana so badly. Shah's Dowry Crusade. All right, let's see. Oh, we probably got another. Oh, dude, I forgot. We got an ad, dude. I'm sorry, man. Let's just not torture ourselves with the ad. You know what? I'll just pull it up this way. How about this? I'll pull up one of my VLC ones. Mad Villainy with Better Get My Dowry. So he certainly made that. Shah's Dowry Crusade. Okay, yeah, this will be it.
Yeah.
Shout out. We'll end it on this.
Yeah.
I think this was Dan the Man also. I can't remember. Shout out to whoever made this. Shah knows all the secrets. I tried my best, man. I've just been excavating a lot of things. Like, I've just been like, I'm like an earthworm, slowly just going through the annals here of like the history. I'm trying my best. There's some fun stuff coming up, man. I got some surprises for you guys early March. So talk more about that later, but I'll get some good content for you guys then. Early March. Well, like the second week of March, to be more realistic. That was me. Thank you, Dan the Man. Another good song right here. AI is going crazy right now, man. Man, Mimi's starting to get, she's just like, what are you doing, Mimi? Look at that, she's just destroying my couch thing now. Can y'all see her? Yep. Man, I love this part of the song. This part goes hard right here. This track is fire. I know, it really, I can't believe we haven't played this one in a long time. Mimi, what are you doing? All right, we're getting out of here. She's been good for so long. I gotta go feed her. Enjoyed the stream a lot. Have a good evening, everybody. See you. Thank you, man. You had a fantastic evening. I can't wait to play some, do some, you know, some Dontavius.
Don't focus on no girl, just stay gaming.
I got some action RPGs to play. 4 hours tonight.
Battles in the courts, in the streets, in the sky.
We'll get that one next time, Avalanche.
Till the old days die. Till the old days die.
All right, folks. Hope everybody has a great week. I'll try to get you some content between now and the next stream. And we're going to have some fun, man. We're going to have some fun. So